discuss the department's 1.9 billion fiscal 2025 budget as presented in the preliminary financial plan and the preliminary capital commitment plan for DSNY for fiscal 2024 to 2028, which totals 1.8 billion. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Sanitation Department for their hard work over the past year. The frontline responses of sanitation workers have been on full display throughout the year. The Sanitation Department's members are known as New York's strongest for a reason. There's no doubt about that. There's also no doubt that budget cuts to the Department of Sanitation have done real harm to the department's ability to fulfill its mission. If you walk around Upper Manhattan, you're going to see a lot of trash, litter on blocks where there are no litter baskets, mountains of trash bags, which is why the city's pursuing containerization, of which I'm a strong supporter. Trash dumped in front of homes and businesses, a lot more needs there in terms of enforcement. It's not just the trash is where it shouldn't be. We have too much trash. And in particular, we have trash bags filled with organic waste that should be in a composter. This is a big part of our rat problem, and it's an even bigger problem after we ship our trash off to landfills to rot and emit harmful greenhouse gases. For another 2 months, we have a workforce equipped to support New Yorkers to learn about composting, to collect and process compostable waste, and to distribute that compost to our street trees and parks. I'm talking, of course, about our community composting program, which many of us have come to depend on. The organizations participating in this program offer good, green jobs, and those workers have been our go-to source of information about how to compost and manage our trash appropriately. And our thanks to them for years of this work is to hand them a pink slip. It's not right. The Sanitation Department's fiscal 2025 budget totals $1.9 billion with 9,459 full-time positions. The fiscal 2025 budget as presented in the preliminary financial plan is $19.6 million less than the fiscal 2024 budget at adoption. Budget actions in the preliminary plan increased DSNY's budget by $127.5 million in fiscal 2024 and $80.7 million in fiscal 2025 when compared to the November plan. The department had 2 new needs for fiscal 2024, totaling $78 million for higher than projected PS and OTPS spending across multiple program areas. The Sanitation Department's fiscal 2024 to 2028 capital commitment plan totals $1.8 billion and supports 198 distinct capital projects. The committee has held oversight hearings on various topics over the past year about the city's rat mitigation and public health and the ongoing challenges with street cleanliness in New York City, bolstering the city's ability to be prepared and clean our streets. The committee would like to revisit these items and others, including community composting, the November plan pegs that were not restored, particularly elimination of community composting, containerization and how the cost will be determined for this program, the January pegs, and the restorations from January as well we'll revisit, and the mayor's preliminary mayor's management report indicators. I would also like to discuss decreasing headcount and the increasing reliance on overtime to alleviate these decreases. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. Hence, as the chair of this committee, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DSNY will be responsive to those questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure that fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would like to thank our committee staff for their hard work. Financial analyst Tanveer Singh, unit head Alia, committee counsel Morgan Barrett and Ricky Chawla, messed that up, and my deputy chief of staff Jaleesa Quigley. I'd also like to welcome and thank Commissioner Tisch, our sanitation workers, and the department's civilian staff for the work that they do. I'm looking forward to hearing from you, Commissioner, and the committee council will now swear you in.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Morgan Barrett, counsel to the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. Our first witnesses will be from the Department of Sanitation, Commissioner Jessica Tisch, First Deputy Commissioner Javier Lohan, Deputy Commissioner Joseph Antonelli, and Deputy Commissioner Ryan Marola. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Chair Abreu. Sorry, one second. Good morning, Chair Abreu and members of the City Council Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation. I am joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Javier Lohan, Deputy Commissioner for Management and Budget Joseph Antonelli, and Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs Ryan Marola. It is my honor to be here today to bring you the latest news from the front lines of the trash revolution. Just under 1 year ago, we set out to do what other cities around the world have done over the last several decades, to get the trash bags off the curb and into secure, rodent-resistant containers once and for all. In April 2023, we changed the set-out times for trash, drastically limiting the number of hours the bags can sit on the street and heavily incentivizing the use of containers. At the same time, we made significant changes to our operations to get more of the trash earlier. And now, thanks to New York's Strongest, much of the trash is collected within 4 hours or less of being set out. In August, we began a phased approach to the containerization of all commercial trash. And just 2 weeks ago, bin requirements came to cover all 200,000 businesses in the city. And our residential containerization plans are well underway. Last week, we released an RFP to procure European-style stationary on-street containers for use by larger residential buildings to be serviced by an all-new automated side-loading truck. This new truck, the first compliant with U.S. regulatory requirements and suitable for use in New York's dense urban streetscape, and developed 4 years faster than industry experts thought possible, is quicker and cleaner than manual collection of loose bags and far safer for our sanitation workers. A full half of sanitation worker line-of-duty injuries are sprains and strains related to the manual collection of trash bags. The strongest deserve a solution that protects their bodies just as much as every New Yorker deserves a solution that cleans their streets. Uniform Sanitation Workers Association, Local 831, has been a partner every step of the way in development and implementation of this new strategy and equipment, and I want to thank Harry Nespoli and union leadership for their thoughtfulness and support. We are building approximately a dozen of these trucks now for use in the first fully containerized district in spring, summer of 2025, right in your backyard, Mr. Chair. To containerize all of Manhattan Community Board 9, we will use the following framework developed through a detailed volumetric analysis. Buildings with 31 or more residential units will be the first in the United States to use European-style stationary on-street containers serviced by the automated side-loading truck. Unlike in many global cities, and because of our unique density, the stationary on-street containers will not be shared between buildings, but rather assigned to a specific building for use only by residents of that building. Buildings with 1 to 9 residential units will be required to put their trash in individual wheelie bins starting this fall, serviced by the traditional rear-loading sanitation truck, some of which will be equipped with mechanical tippers. And buildings with 10 to 30 residential units will be given a choice between the two containerization models. The requirement for lower density buildings with 1 to 9 residential units will not be confined to this first district. That requirement will cover all buildings of that size citywide this fall, approximately 95% of New York City residential buildings. If a building already has bins, they may continue to use them for approximately 2 more years. However, official New York City bins will be available for purchase and will be the cheapest bin of this quality available. In 2026, we will require everyone to transition over to the official bin, but anyone will be able to purchase it well before the outset of the mandate if they prefer to containerize their trash only once. I can today announce that we have selected a vendor to produce and sell these bins and are in the process of finalizing a contract. This work is already getting results. In the portion of 2023 after the trash revolution began in earnest in April, calls to 311 regarding rat sightings saw their largest year-over-year decrease since 2010. And in the 10 blocks where residential containerization is being piloted, that same metric declined by an incredible 68% between when the pilot began and the end of the year compared to the same period in 2022. Bins work, and I am truly convinced that once we containerize the trash, people will look back at the old way of doing things, at keeping 44 million pounds of trash on our curbs each day and think, how did we live that way? We are also getting all of the food and yard waste, the kind of waste that attracts rats, out of the trash entirely, implementing a universal curbside composting service that works for all New Yorkers, just as Mayor Adams committed to do. Simply place your material out on recycling day, your sanitation workers will collect it from your home and will ensure that it's put to good use. In fiscal year 2023, DSNY diverted a record 211 million pounds of compostable material from landfill, an incredible increase from just over 150 million pounds the year before. And that's with only one part of our ongoing citywide rollout. These kinds of programs not only improve the customer service, they are more efficient than smaller programs because of economies of scale. We are now collecting more compostable material with fewer truck routes than in old programs. The ease of use principle holds true for our work of nearly 400 smart composting bins across the 5 boroughs, where residents drop off compostable material 24/7 with an easy-to-use smartphone app. These bins are serviced 6 days per week and have proven to be very popular. By next week, we will also be collecting compostable material from every DOE school, giving the next generation of composters familiarity with the ease and importance of this program. Materials collected through each of these initiatives, curbside residential collection, smart bins in schools, is put to beneficial use, either through composting or through anaerobic digestion. The department produces tens of millions of pounds of finished compost every year at the Staten Island compost facility, where in January, Mayor Adams cut the ribbon on a major expansion that brought permitted capacity to 165 million pounds of compostable material a year and added new technology on site, creating finished compost in weeks rather than months. While the city has sufficient permitted and contracted capacity to process compostable material from a citywide program, we are currently engaged in a procurement to distribute that capacity more evenly across the region. Beneficial use and waste equity are both key to our planning. DSNY would also like to raise the issue of commercial organics separation. Local Law 146 of 2013 requires certain commercial establishments to separate their compostable material, but this law is now substantially out of date. The commercial waste zone system will improve commercial diversion, but we also urge the council to consider an update to this law that would allow DSNY to require source separation at all commercial establishments in line with our residential program. Reform of commercial organics and wraparound citywide residential services will clean our streets and our air. But cleanliness is a shared responsibility, and a department of 10,000 people cannot keep the city clean without 8.8 million New Yorkers doing their part. While DSNY will never enforce for its own sake, we are not afraid to do what needs to be done to keep the streets clean. Our enforcement of general cleanliness violations, improper set-out, dirty area, failure to clean 18 inches into the street, the kind of things that you all see each day and that your constituents are concerned about, has increased significantly. At the same time, as part of the Adams administration's Small Business Forward initiative, DSNY has proposed to lower or eliminate some fines, particularly administrative requirements for businesses to post signage, and is leading with warnings whenever possible. That said, there are several bills before this council that will empower DSNY to provide more meaningful enforcement of these most basic rules around cleanliness. Intro 97, sponsored by Councilmember Ung, Intro 11, sponsored by Councilmember Botcher, and Intro 57, sponsored by Councilmember Osei, will allow this department to hold the worst offenders against cleanliness accountable on behalf of your constituents, and we strongly support their passage. And we continue to pioneer new strategies to address New Yorkers' concerns faster and more efficiently. Our cameras to capture illegal dumpers, and our interagency task force with the NYPD to remove abandoned vehicles, to give just two examples. Also become the home of the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement. We do not enforce on Parks property or certain areas like the Brooklyn Bridge, but DSNY has posted or written thousands of warnings focused on cleanliness, failure to remove trash, grease poured down drains, and has seen substantial compliance enforcing only when compliance is not forthcoming. We are also bringing safety, sustainability, and cleanliness to the commercial sector through implementation of the Commercial Waste Zone Program, described in Local Law 199 of 2019, announcing the contract awards in January. This law was designed to reform the commercial waste hauling system by establishing new safety standards for workers in the commercial carting industry, improving service for businesses, increasing diversion rates, and reducing vehicle miles traveled, as well as harmful emissions from waste hauling vehicles. The first of New York City's 20 non-exclusive commercial waste zones will come online in the second half of this year in Corona, Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights. This program adds legal safeguards to the commercial carting industry that will protect workers, business owners, and our environment. Making good on a promise from when this program was created, businesses will pay a citywide average of 32% less for the collection of recycling and 18% less for the collection of compostable material than they do for the collection of trash. Businesses will have a meaningful financial incentive to separate their waste properly. Of course, even as we talk about the trash revolution and the strategic initiatives that are guiding the future of this department, we have continued to work to modernize the core DSNY functions New Yorkers expect, including a swift, equitable response to snow. Thanks to historic investments in the department, the days of primary, secondary, and tertiary streets are long gone. Every street is on a route, and every route can be dispatched at once. Our strong response to this winter's storms involved the first deployments of our new Blade Runner 2.0 tech platform, which allows the department to track every plow and every salt spreader, pivoting resources in real time and delivering for every part of the city. But no technology, no matter how innovative, will ever be a replacement for the real heroes of New York City winters, the sanitation workers. Thousands of sanitation workers work 12-hour shifts for weeks to get the job done. Incredibly, it almost seems like they catch the snow before it falls. This tidal wave of change occurring at DSNY is coming amid an extremely challenging fiscal climate. While Mayor Adams was able to announce that thanks to sound management, there will not be a need for an April round of PEGs, DSNY did find savings in order to meet this crisis. We were gratified and relieved that litter basket funding has been restored, and we continue to replace the old mesh baskets, which give the rats direct access to the trash, with the new litter basket of the future, which is larger, easier to service, and harder to misuse. This is an example of how our strategic initiatives are able to continue through this difficult time. Another is the ongoing rollout of the largest, easiest curbside composting program ever, despite the necessary elimination of city funding for community composting, although I was glad to hear that private philanthropy has stepped in to keep this program running. Our core commitments to cleanliness, timely collection, and snow removal are unwavering. The preliminary budget includes $1.998 billion in expense funds in fiscal year 2024 and $1.88 billion in fiscal year 2025, reflecting increases of $96.7 million and $20.7 million respectively from the budget adopted last June. The fiscal year 2025 budget includes $1.13 billion for personal services to support a total budgeted headcount of 9,459 full-time positions, including 7,832 uniform positions and 1,627 civilian positions, and $756.5 million for other than personal services, or OTPS. DSNY's fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget includes $3.36 billion in capital funding in the 10-year plan, $1.18 billion of which is for garages and facilities, $2.1 billion for equipment, $64.9 million for IT, and $49.2 million for solid waste management infrastructure. The capital budget includes funding for several major facilities projects, including $487 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Bronx Districts 9, 10, and 11 with demolition, $283 million in additional funding for the construction of a new garage for Queens District 1 with work slated to begin next year, upgrades to the facility that serves as the home for the Bronx District 12 garage, which has an overall budget of $55.5 million and will begin construction next year, and the $20 million finishing touches of the $213 million build-out for the brand-new home for Staten Island District 3, which is slated to be completed next spring. Despite deep fiscal challenges, 10,000 members of the New York City Department of Sanitation are working hard every day to provide New Yorkers with a higher level of service than ever before, to tackle problems, the solutions to which have eluded the city for decades, and to run with the opportunities that Mayor Adams has given us. It is an honor to lead the strongest in these efforts. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the work underway on our streets, and my staff and I look forward to your questions. That was the abbreviated version of my testimony. You have longer testimonies submitted.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your testimony. I would like to recognize some of my colleagues who are here, Council Members Marte, Schwang, Carr, Yeager, Vernikoff, and Ressler, and Julie Menon on Zoom, as well as Councilmember Gennaro. So I'm going to go right into it, Commissioner. Do you support bringing back community composting?
The community composting program has been an incredibly successful program in New York City. And the department has been very clear that we are where we are today, i.e. we are rolling out for the first time ever universal curbside collection service to all 3.5 million residences in New York City because of the work of the community composters over decades. That cut was an incredibly painful cut for me to make. It was a $3 million cut out of a total cut for the department of $60 million. And so that's my answer to the question. It was extremely painful. Of course, I would love to see the community composters out there. Everyone loves to see them. But it was a necessary cut at the time it was made, given the fiscal circumstances that the mayor and the budget director described. And my hope is that we will see better fiscal times and we will be able to support community composting.
Thank you. It's certainly my hope. Actually, I think I'm past hope. I think I want certainty at this point. But, you know, it seems like there was $3 billion that was not recognized by the administration, and that we are in a different fiscal climate. And it is my hope that OMB really gives our community composters the certainty that they will have these resources between now and really into the permanent future, because we at the council see it as this is a natural, integral role for community composters as part of the DSNY operations. Just for the sake of, if we were to get to the position where there would be an agreement on community composting, one question that I have is, if we were to bring it back, and this is speculative, right? Because we have to make sure that we get that. There's going to be a gap where a lot of like Grow NYC workers, for instance, at what point will, if it is done, how fast will there be a new RFP issued for the new community composters, and when would those decisions be made?
So if funding is restored as part of the adopted budget or whatever budget, we strategically did not end the contracts with the community composters. Meaning, when we took this cut, we could have said, oh, the funding is gone, contract terminated, over. And then we would have had to go through this long, very painful RFP process if the funding was ever restored. And we would have had to take back a lot of the equipment that contract funded. Because we did not terminate the contracts, we did not have to take back the equipment. The community composters still have access to, and I believe use that equipment day to day. And it makes bringing community composting back online much easier.
And so you can extend it?
No, the contracts are still in place. There are multiple contracts. There is one contract that expires on June 30th that does not have any more renewals in it. So
which is that one?
I can't renew it. It's the Grow NYC contract.
Right.
And so if funding was restored, we'd have to think about how to do another RFP for that one in particular and chart a course for how to proceed.
So that's the one, Grow NYC is the one I'm concerned about, because their contract is expiring at the end of June. And
June 30th, yep.
June 30th. And, that moment, that gap, assuming the funding is restored, which we're going to fight to make sure that happens, that gap is something that really concerns me. But will you have an estimate on when the RFP would be issued thereafter, and how fast those are? And I know that RFPs are competitively bid, but to what extent do you have a decision? When would a decision be made on who would get selected?
So what I would say is I have worked in city government for 17 years now, I think. And a lot of my career has been spent with the administrative processes of government, which includes contracting. And what would happen is if funding is restored, we would put our efforts to getting an RFP out as soon as possible so that there wouldn't be a long gap. But contracting does take time in New York City, not because we want it to, but because we follow the PPB rules. So I can't give you right now a specific day and time, but I can tell you if funding is restored for this program, I will put my energy and my efforts and my brain to having it done as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you. And if funding is restored, if you can get us that timeline as soon as you can, we'd be very grateful for that information, because our Grow NYC, workers, they need that clarity. I mean, this is their day to day, right? We need to save our green jobs, and I know that the mayor, cares a lot about green jobs. I see this as a natural extension of that. I'm going to go into, first of all, I would also like to recognize the other colleagues that are here. I have Gail Brewer here, and Rivera also was here just momentarily. The November plan included PEGs, which eliminate educational programs and technical at-home assistance related to community composting. This program was a partnership between the SNY and 7 botanical gardens and nonprofits in the 5 boroughs. The combined saving from this PEG is $5.1 million in FY24, $5 million in FY25, and $3.5 million in FY26 and the out years. This, you may have answered part of this, perhaps not. Has funding for community composting been completely eliminated?
Yes.
If so, what does the department have as an alternative to working with these nonprofits?
Well, if you're speaking specifically about the outreach component, we do have in-house outreach team of 5 full-time staff, as well as a technical assistance and training unit of 7 full-time staff. And we stand ready to provide assistance to anyone when it comes to the largest, easiest to use curbside composting program ever.
Yeah, I'll get to the outreach in the November PEG,
Okay.
which is pretty significant, and I believe limits your ability to fulfill the great mission you've set out for this for your department. So we'll get to that. Has the SNY conducted a cost-benefit analysis comparing the efficiency and effectiveness of the curbside organics program to the community composting program, taking into effect factors such as participation rates, waste diversion rates, and overall community impact?
So no, we haven't conducted a cost-benefit analysis, but I'll say that the early indications from the various programs that we started under the Adams administration are very good. So we have taken a layered approach to composting in New York City. We have launched the universal curbside composting service, which is going to reach every resident in New York City this fall. As I mentioned in my testimony, we have rolled out composting at next week, we will have rolled out composting at every public school in New York City. Think about that. That is training the New Yorkers of the future on composting, on how to do it and why we do it, so that it just becomes second nature to them, so that when they're adults, they don't have to learn about it for the first time, as many people are doing now. And we've also put out these very popular orange smart bins, 400 in every borough of this city that are available 24/7. And in the mayor's management report for the last fiscal year, we saw a record diversion of organic material. We saw 211 million pounds compared to 150 million pounds the year prior. And that was just with 3 months of the Queens curbside composting program included. That didn't include anything from Brooklyn in that time period, and it didn't include the rest of the city.
Would you say that the 211 million would be the same number pre-pandemic when or is that number just about
No,
the same?
this was our highest diversion number ever in the department. And it makes sense because we finally have citywide programs that actually work and are thoughtful. I mean, the kids at the schools, I think, is single-handedly, far and away, the best investment that we can make in New York City's composting future. The curbside program, making it easy, regular service on your recycling day. If you make it easy for New Yorkers to use, they'll do it. That's what we saw with the Queens program, and that's what we're rolling out citywide. And then the smart bins available to people who don't want to hold on to the material for a week. They can deposit it anytime they want. I think we finally in New York City have the right menu of options for New Yorkers to make composting robust and mainstream.
And I think that menu of option must include community composting. It's interesting that Director Jock calls composting inefficient. And yet he hasn't done a cost-benefit analysis comparing the efficiency and effectiveness of the curbside organics program to the community composting program, right? So that brings me concern when the director brings this up. So what we do know on the ground is that composting is in fact very efficient.
Yeah, and Chair, keep in mind, this administration has made truly historic investments in composting. I don't want that to get lost here. The curbside composting program that's going to touch every resident in the city come this fall is budgeted at over $34 million a year. That's on top of the schools, the school service, which is another $5 million a year. That's on top of the 400 smart bins we have. We're spending in New York City over $40 million a year on composting. And not only are we spending the money, because it's like one thing to spend it and burn it, but we are doing the right things in cost-effective and efficient ways to make composting go mainstream in New York City. And what I would like to see, working with this council, is the ability to expand the diversion rules to businesses in much the same way that this committee and this council has done for residences.
I'm very much open to exploring that. I think I brought it up at the last hearing, something that it definitely is of interest to me, but we'll obviously have to speak to our colleagues about that. When you say that compost is going to touch everyone, I don't think that's true if we don't have community composters talking to people about why composting is important in the first place. You talk about bringing composting to schools. That's amazing, but the Grow NYC program at schools was cut. So how are we going to teach our kids and our faculty and custodians and our teachers about community composting? We can have all the infrastructure in the world, but they will not be serviced, as amazing Gail Brewer said today, they will not be serviced if we do not have this investment in education and the civic engagement. And on top of the fact that your outreach programs were cut, quite significantly, and we'll get into that in a bit. What financial support, if any, will be provided to botanical gardens and nonprofits that have relied on funding from community composting programs, and does the SNY plan to ensure the continuity of their composting initiatives despite the budget cuts?
So as of this budget, we are not budgeted to provide financial support to those organizations.
I understand you're doing your job, Commissioner. That brings us concern, and we hope that we get commitments very soon on community composting. I'm gonna pause for a second and have one of my colleagues ask questions. Councilmember Carr, you can go first.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, always great to see you.
To see you.
And I just want to start by thanking you and your team, those who are here, as well as in the borough operations crew, Chief Hancock and everyone. They're just phenomenal partners with my office and very responsive. I want to talk to you about curbside e-waste. This is a program that, as you know, was started. It was supposed to be a pilot on Staten Island, and then eventually was supposed to be rolled out citywide to those parts of the city that are not already served by the e-cycle program. It's a program that Staten Islanders have relied upon. It helps keep electronic waste out of environmentally sensitive areas where they had been dumped previously. And it's a program that was supposed to be in the budget last fiscal year, but unfortunately, because of the difficulties we've been having financially, it is not a program that's currently available to Staten Islanders as it's supposed to be. And so I'm having a hard time answering Staten Islanders who are trying to figure out why the city can afford to stand up a curbside composting program, but can't afford to maintain a program like curbside e-waste, which is less than 0.1% of the sanitation budget. So if you could just tell me if we were going to be able to commit to restoring this program either this fiscal year or in the new fiscal year coming up.
So as I mentioned in the chair's line of questioning, the budget cuts we took were deep, and many of them service impacting. It was a 5% cut to an agency whose the vast majority of our costs are fixed, right? We have long-term waste export contracts. You can't really go back in and change them. We can't cut collection service. And so what happens when you have 5% cuts or a $60 million a year cut, which is what this ended up being for the Department of Sanitation, is you have to make incredibly painful choices. And so unfortunately, the community composting and your beloved e-waste program, which is more than beloved, is a very important program. As you mentioned, Staten Island residents don't have access to e-cycle, and so it was a very important option for them. Now the answer for them is safe events, the special waste disposal sites, and those aren't the most convenient of options. I know and I acknowledge that, but we were forced to make incredibly painful cuts.
I understand that, but given that, as the chair referenced earlier, the financial forecasts improved from the November plan, why this wasn't something that could be folded back into the sanitation department budget, particularly because it ends up costing the city more in terms of having to do cleanups. I fund the community cleanup program through our cleanup initiative. We're constantly taking electronic waste, among other things, out of parks and dark, unlit areas where people think they can get away with dumping. Why they can't drive to Muldoon Avenue with those folks and drop them off, I don't know. But the point is that a lot of folks, these items are just sitting collecting dust in their homes.
Yeah, and if budgetary circumstances allow and things are looking different when the adopted budget is finalized, it would of course be wonderful to see a restoration of the e-waste program.
Well, I appreciate the answer to that, and I hope to work with you and my colleagues on the committee to see this program restored for FY25. In addition to that, you know, we have the composting site down in Travis, and I raised at the last hearing the issue of some nuisance mitigation for some of the neighborhood residents nearby in Travis. As composting expands, right, I think in the fall is when Staten Island composting curbside's supposed to start, what we could do to mitigate any kind of odors or smells that neighborhood residents experience on a recurring basis.
Councilmember, you were with us. You joined myself and the mayor at the ribbon cutting for the expansion of the Staten Island compost facility, and you saw the new technology that we're using there, where the piles will be covered. And so we believe that is actually going to have very positive benefits for odor issues that you had previously brought to us.
Okay, I appreciate that. Listen, I think that composting is very important. I've said in the past, because the Fresh Kills landfill was an environmental disaster of unmitigated proportions, and we need to do all we can to prevent future Fresh Kills from being necessary and remove them from our landfilling waste stream. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Can you, Commissioner, please provide an itemized list of costs related to the brown smart bins?
The brown smart bins. Yes, I can. We have about, the brown smart bins. Hold on, let me get that.
Take your time.
All right. We have purchased and delivered 100,861 brown bins at a cost of $4.6 million. And those are the bins associated with the rollout in Queens and Brooklyn.
And what's the cost per bin? I can't divide in my mind.
The cost per bin, I have the delivery. Okay, the cost per bin for the 21-gallon size is $38.50.
Per bin. How does DSNY plan to address and reduce cross-contamination in its mass composting programs? And how do the mass composting programs' contamination rates compare with those observed in community composting initiatives?
So, as part of our composting and organics diversion contracts that we have, we require the vendors to put in place systems, generally like technology systems, to get rid of contamination. So for example, if you come with us to our Staten Island facility, you'll see a piece of equipment called the Tiger that helps us get rid of contamination. That's why we're able to allow people to deposit the compost in plastic bags, because we have systems to get rid of the plastic.
Do you have rates by any chance, or
Do we have what?
the rates?
The rates?
How do the mass composting programs?
No, I don't have contamination rates because it's all handled on intake. But we have some programs, the contamination rates vary program to program. So the smart bins, it's like pristine organic material. And the reason why it's so clean is because you have to use an app to open it. And so you really need to want to deposit just organic material as opposed to trash, to like use the app and use that bin. In schools, we found that when the schools are initially turned on, it's much more contaminated than once they're running for a period of several months or years, it gets less contaminated as the kids develop the muscle memory. So contamination rates do vary a lot program to program.
I think it would be helpful to work on a way to capture those contamination rates. We can perhaps work together on that. I think would be great. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Christopher Marte, to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DSNY, for everything you do. We are excited about the city's willingness to expand citywide composting. However, we believe it's an all-in approach, and community composters are a key part to that operation. And so we had a good rally led by the chair that saw a lot of council members in support. And I just want to address something that's super, I think, short-sighted. Every single year we do this dance, right? Community composting is cut, we have all these meetings, all these hearings, and then it ends up in the executive budget, right? It's a dance that we're all used to, that many of the advocates and composters are used to, but it can have unforeseen consequences. One unforeseen consequence of this dance is whether OMB is going to allow certain community composts to have access to capital funding that was already allocated to them, whether it's through ULURPs or through community agreements. And now that's in jeopardy because right now in OMB's version of the budget, a lot of these community composts aren't getting the expense funding to be able to have access to that capital funding. And so when we really look into whether we're going to cut this or refund this, we have to make sure those capital funding that were agreed to years or decades ago still hold strong regardless of whether OMB thinks composting is necessary or not necessary. And so I would love to hear your thoughts and hopefully a commitment to say that because these promises were made, they should keep their promises, especially if we want to have a true citywide composting program here in New York City.
So, Council Member, as I was discussing in response to Chair Abreu's questions, the department took a $60 million a year cut to lots of programs, in particular our cleanliness programs. The community composting cut that you're talking about is $3 million of a $60 million cut. As I said, all of the cuts were painful to this department. Many of them service impacting. But the mayor was clear and the budget director were clear that when that budget was put together, we were in very difficult financial circumstances and the cuts were necessary. I am not an economist. I don't know what the circumstances will be when the next budget is finalized, but these were very difficult choices that we had to make given a very difficult budgetary environment.
I believe we can see that, all right? It was a difficult choice at that moment, but there is long-standing commitment, capital funding to these organizations now that are in jeopardy because of this one-time cut that we all know will be restored.
So if you're talking specifically about the capital piece, and I apologize if I missed that in your first question, my understanding is that City Hall is working with the council members and reviewing options for that capital funding and that capital program. But I have nothing additional to add beyond what was discussed at that recent meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had another question, Commissioner. Can the department please provide the council with a full breakdown of the budget and costs related to the curbside organics program, as well as the location of the budget within units of appropriations, budget, and object codes?
Yeah, the annual steady state cost of the curbside program, as I mentioned, is $34 million a year. And the PS funding is primarily in unit of appropriation 102, which is Bureau of Cleaning and Collection, budget code 2000, which is Bureau of Cleaning and Collection Administration. The OTPS funds are spread amongst a few units of appropriation and budget code combinations. Unit of Appropriation 106, Executive Administration, and Budget Code 1004, General Administration, OTPS.
If you could follow up with us on that, that would be great.
Sure. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The steady state is $33.4 million, not $34 million.
Okay. Councilmember Brewer, you have any questions?
Two things, just to start with, I mean, the zero waste kids in the schools are phenomenal. Do you honor them in any way or have some program that, in addition to whatever else you do you have some honoring of them? I've met quite a few of them and they are adamant, fun, and young leaders.
And I've met a number of them too. You're right, they are fabulous, and I'd love to work with you on a way to formally acknowledge and honor them. That sounds great.
Incredible. And also, when, maybe you said this earlier, I was at another hearing, when will these gray, fabulous Commissioner Tish bins be available for?
Oh, so you're speaking about the
gray
bins for the 1 to 9 unit buildings?
No, was that what it is? Okay, all right.
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking about the trash bins on the streets.
Okay.
I'm
So
sorry.
there's a few different versions of trash bins on the street. There will be trash bins, wheelie bins required for 1 to 9 unit
Yes.
1 to 9 unit buildings.
Yep.
We are producing a standardized New York City trash bin that's going to be gray and fabulous, as you mentioned.
Okay.
And that will be available for sale at below market prices well before the mandate for 1 to 9 unit buildings to containerize
Yep.
kicks in this fall. The
Okay.
larger 4 cubic yard containers that will sit in the parking lane by buildings that have 31 units or more
Right.
will be piloted next spring, so spring of 2025
Okay.
in Manhattan 9.
Okay, I'm aware of that.
And we are put out the RFP to purchase those European-style
All
containers.
right, and you'll deal with the teachers who are complaining about the parking. Yes, next, just so you know. Uncollected dollars. I ask everybody this. This is not your problem, but it is the city's problem. So when I asked wonderful Jimmy Otto, Buildings Commissioner, he said it's about $1 billion at DOB that's uncollected. So what happens is they go to oath, right? They supposedly pay, but they don't. And then they go to finance, I assume. And then finance has a collection agency, blah, blah, blah. That's the scenario. But I'm just wondering, is that something that you keep track of or just finance? Because IBO did a report a few years ago, it's 2.1 billion, and it's just adding up.
Yeah,
It's not your fault, but it's the city's got to do something, I think.
so what Councilmember Otto said, it's the Department of Finance, it's not something that we track.
Okay, so he is tracking it, just so you know. So I'll continue to try to track it, but it's something that you might want to think about because it's a lot of money. Vendors, maybe you talked about it, I'm sorry. I know that you're doing an increased support for them doing the right thing, shall we say. And I'm big, we want them to do the right thing. Can you just give us some sense of how many and what fines have been assessed or some notion of what's going on?
For that, I'm going to have Ryan Marola, our Deputy Commissioner, answer
You
your
know how I
question.
love Ryan Marola. Thank you. I love Ryan Marola.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hello, Council Member. Very happy to talk about vending enforcement here with the agency.
Sure.
As you know, this was something that came to the Department of Sanitation last April.
Correct.
At the time the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement was transferred, we had a commitment, which we realized, to have 40 uniformed members of Sanitation Police
40, okay.
conduct citywide enforcement. Last year, in the 8 months that we had it, we had over 5,000 inspections and over 1,000 summonses and violations issued for any number of the compliance issues the Commissioner mentioned in her testimony, whether it was grease down the sewer, dirty conditions on the sidewalk, vending alongside storefronts and doors, blocking access to train stations, and yes, for unlicensed and unpermitted vending. When it comes to what we have done so far this year, we're up to almost 1,400 inspections of vending setups citywide, and we've issued nearly 500 violations at this time.
Okay.
We are doing this in every borough. We have, of course, a focus, as you know, that moved off of some places like the Brooklyn Bridge and allowed us capacity to do other parts. We have a number of neighborhoods of members that come to us asking for robust vendor enforcement because it truly becomes a quality of life issue on the streets there.
Okay. And do we do education before, or is it just, violation? Do we do education?
There's a split role here for the city. Sanitation has compliance inspections that it does before it does any enforcement. In terms of education and outreach, that lives amongst the varying agencies that do licensing and their partners in small business services.
All right, so there is some education in advance. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would like to recognize Councilmembers Ung and Palladino. Commissioner, I want to go to have some questions on the November plan. My goal is to understand the November plan pegs and how this will affect city services. The November plan included pegs reducing the outreach and communication budgets for DSNY. The savings total $4.1 million in FY24 and $2.45 million in FY25 and the out years. As the department continues to initiate new pilot programs and initiatives, this reduction could hinder New York's ability to learn and adapt to the changing landscape of sanitation. What is the overall budget for outreach and communication for DSNY, and has this budget grown in recent years?
So outreach and communication are typically funded on a campaign by campaign basis. So i.e. curbside composting, commercial waste zones, they each have their own outreach and communications budget associated with it.
You say how much?
I'm going to get to it. Funding for each of these campaigns vary based on the targeted efforts required. After the PEG reductions, the remaining outreach funding that we have in FY24 budget is $6.4 million and breaks out as follows. Commercial waste zones, $2.2 million. Brooklyn curbside organics collection, $1.75 million. The composting outreach and education through the community compost partners was $1 million. And then we had various smaller campaigns of $1.4 million. Including things like leaf collection, business containerization, mailers, but all but the commercial waste zone funding for outreach has already been expended for this fiscal year.
Do you think you have do you think that's enough resources for you to, commercial waste zones is obviously a big deal. We'll have a hearing on that, probably later, in the next few months, but a lot of businesses, they have to come into compliance with these new standards, and my concern is that education and promotion for outreach is going to be very important.
Yeah, I agree.
And containerization too, right? With the rules affecting our businesses, containerization being rolled out to residences. I don't know that this is enough.
I agree that outreach is very important, and what I would say is, I think we have changed a lot of rules in the department over the past 2 years. So everything from the time you set your trash out, all residents and businesses, to businesses putting it in containers, just all sorts of rules. And every time we change a rule that affects any resident or business in the city, we send out a mailer. So in the case of the business mandate to use bins, we sent out a mailer to all 200,000 businesses in the city. We knocked on every door. We distributed flyers. We did the same thing with our composting program in Brooklyn and Queens. In both boroughs, we sent mailers to every resident, and we knocked on every door, every 1 to 9 unit building in those boroughs. So outreach is something that we take incredibly seriously, but it is funded on a campaign by campaign basis. The reason you don't see an outreach budget associated with the broader containerization plan yet is because those campaigns have not yet been, the broader containerization plans have not yet been reflected in a budget.
Is there an intent to have this adopted budget to include, costs associated with those campaigns? Because that would be for FY25, right?
Those costs would not be until FY25, and so on the containerization stuff, we are working closely with OMB on all of the costs associated with the program, of which outreach is a very important one.
And since curbside is coming to all of Manhattan by the fall, is that correct?
Yeah.
What's the budget cost there for outreach?
So right now, we do not have outreach that is funded, unless I'm misspeaking. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. We have $400,000 associated with outreach for that. I stand corrected. And we supplement that with our in-house outreach team. And
Have you have 5 staffers, you said?
Hold on. Actually, in fairness, more than our in-house outreach team. When we turned on Queens, as an example, we had both civilian and uniform members of the department. So it was like a team of like at least 50 people a day who were participating in the door-to-door outreach.
Yeah, I think there's potential for improvement there on the 400,000 so budget here. Manhattan, I mean, we're talking, it's very dense neighborhoods, and we want our, constituents to participate.
Yeah, the door-to-door is going to be challenging in Manhattan just because, as I mentioned, in the other boroughs, we really focused on the 1 to 9 unit buildings. When you talk about the larger buildings in Manhattan, it's not possible for our outreach team to go into the building generally because of security stuff. You don't have just free
North
access
of 96th Street, you can knock on a lot of doors.
Yep.
I mean, it's my district, so
We
I
plan
do
to.
a lot of door knocking. So a lot of those buildings are accessible. I think we should
Plan to
figure
be
out
there.
which buildings are accessible and which aren't. 400,000 is not even enough to fund a council campaign. Numbers there. I would like to also just refer to my colleagues to recognize Salamanca, who's also here. As for questions, Councilmember Schwang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. And also I want to thank you. Our Deputy Commissioner Ryan has been work a lot in my district. In my district, we have an area has commercial and residential, and it's a congested area, or I can say it's a hot spot. Do you guys have any strategy how to partner with private sanitation? And is that possible that area has one sanitation take care of everything? Because if we have to move cars twice a day, like every other day, that's really inconvenient for the people living in the neighborhood. Is there any strategy, any coordination between two sanitation?
So, as I mentioned before, cleanliness is a shared responsibility. Cleaning the streets and city-owned property is the responsibility of the sanitation department and various other city agencies. But cleaning the sidewalks and 18 inches into the streets really is the responsibility of the property owner. So in the case of commercial corridors, the business, or if it's a mixed-use area, the business and the homeowners. And so the private cleaning services are generally done to supplement the responsibilities of the property owners as opposed to the responsibility of the sanitation department. If you're asking specifically, though, about alternate side parking, the street sweepers are the very best street cleaning tool that we have in our arsenal. One of the tragedies of it is that people don't move their cars and they don't comply with those rules as they are supposed to. And so one of the things that we are looking for on our state legislative agenda is a change to the state VTL law that would allow us to put automated ticketing systems on our street sweepers so that we could do automated enforcement of alternate side parking. I think once we do that, we'll see the progress that the MTA, for example, has seen with similar types of enforcement of bus lanes. And that will be great for New York City and its cleanliness, because if our street sweepers can get to those curbs consistently and reliably, boy, will those curbs look better.
Thank you. And also, coordination between different sanitation is because the first floor is commercial, second floor, third floor is residential. And the residential, probably right now, they put the garbage everywhere. One corner you can see by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see 10 bags of garbage.
So we have done robust enforcement of early set out of trash, and we will continue to do that. But I also think that the key to the circumstance that you're describing is containerization. Every day, New Yorkers put 44 million pounds of trash on the streets of our city, and it's disgusting. 20 million of it comes from businesses, 24 million of it comes from residences. Most cities around the world haven't done that or allowed that in decades. And right now, New York City is in a massive game of catch-up. We have already, as of March 1st, required that every business in this city puts their trash in containers. That's 20 million pounds a day. We're issuing warnings now. Come April 1st, we're going to be enforcing it with summonses. This fall, 1 to 9 unit buildings in the city will be required to put their trash in wheelie bins, much like every business is now required to do in the city. And then that spring of 2025, we're going after the higher density buildings trash. And we are putting large 4 cubic yard fixed on-street containers in front of those large buildings of 31 units or more, so the trash is going to go there. We have piloted this on 10 blocks in Hamilton Heights. The streets look cleaner. Compliance is unbelievable. You don't see trash bags on the streets there. Right. And the rat complaints have gone down by 68% in that 10-block pilot area. You know who wasn't surprised by that? Me.
And me.
And him. When you contain the benefits of containerizing the trash for these mixed-use areas that you are describing, for commercial areas and residential areas, it's going to be extraordinary. In my opinion, it is going to be the single biggest change to our streetscape in generations. And it is long overdue, but it is coming fast in New York City.
I'm looking forward. Thank you. And also for the hotspot area, do you guys provide extra service or extra attention?
So we have as part of the cuts that we sustained, we took $60 million worth of cuts. A lot of those cuts were to our cleaning programs. So our targeted neighborhood task force, which I think is what you're referring to,
yeah,
which cleaned no man's lands, that was cut. Our PCI, our precision cleaning, was cut. Our lot cleaning unit was cut. You don't see those reductions in service levels yet because we have so many sanitation workers. But as we lose sanitation workers through attrition, you will start to see the real impact of those cuts if they are not restored.
Thank you so much. I believe in New York City, everyone deserves a clean and a safe street.
And
that's in top of my agenda.
That's the top of my agenda too. And I appreciate your questions on cleanliness because it is something that we have not spoken enough about, but it is my passion and my obsession.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. Going back to community, one more question on community composting. Within your testimony, it says the department was not required to find savings in the executive budget, but the department nonetheless found savings. How did the department find these savings, and why were they not used to bring back community composting?
We haven't had the executive budget yet.
So read this part. Yeah. So in your testimonies, it says, while Mayor Adams was able to announce that thanks to sound management, that there will not be a need for an April round of PEGs. DSNY did find savings.
I can explain that. Every agency was supposed to be subject to 3 rounds of 5% cuts. We took the first 5% cut. It ended up being a $60 million cut. We spent most of this hearing talking about $3 million of that. But it was a $60 million cut. We were excused from what was supposed to be the second round of 5% cuts because the cuts that we had taken in the first round were service impacting, and there was nothing more that we were able to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I pass it over to my colleagues, I wanted to talk about the Get Stuff Clean programs. We have, an administration prides itself a lot on being the biggest, cleanest city in the country, but there were a lot of cuts to a lot of vital programs that I thought put the department in the right direction, from precision cleaning, from Get Stuff Clean, from lot cleaning. I mean, you name it, the JTP program. And I'm gonna go into each of these programs individually, but I mean, what impact have these cuts had on your department's core cleaning mission?
They haven't had an impact yet, but if they are not restored, they will be devastating to the cleaning program. And the reason that they have not had an impact yet is because we have our highest head count of sanitation workers than we've had in 25 years, blessedly. And so we are able to, and because we have postponed until the fall the rollout of 2 boroughs for organics, we have the extra, usually several hundred sanitation workers a day that we can put on cleaning functions. If those PEGs are not restored, as those sanitation workers attrit out, and as we turn on the composting service in the fall, in our budget, we will not have the ability or the flexibility to provide the cleaning services that you're talking about. In particular, the Targeted Neighborhood Task Force, which cleans 2,000 no man's lands across every borough, every neighborhood in the city. Our supplemental basket service for litter baskets around parks. We supplement the Parks Department service. Those baskets are chronically overflowing every time the weather is nice before this service. And our bridge basket service, to say nothing of our lot cleaning unit, was completely cut.
Councilmember Salamanca, you have questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you, Commissioner?
Good, thank
I want
you.
to start by thanking you and your team for always being accessible. This relationship that we have, I really enjoy it, and I want to say thank you. I'm just going to jump around a little bit here. A few months ago, we passed the mobile car wash bill, and I know in it there were provisions where for 6 months, Consumer Affairs was going to do outreach, and then I guess after the 6 months, that's when sanitation will start enforcement. Do we know if our outreach has begun?
I have not checked in with Ryan, have you checked in with them?
Councilmember, thank you, Commissioner. Yes, DCWP has been assembling materials, and I do believe has begun, and I'll confirm for you when that started.
Okay. It's important because we spread the word throughout the community, and we got a lot of calls from those individuals that have these car washes asking questions and in terms of how the implementation was going to be rolled out. Commissioner, I also want to thank you. I know in my district we've had an issue for the last couple of years on vehicles with no plates or fake plates throughout the district, and you connected me with a division. Chief Thompson and his team have been accessible. I really hope that they're up for an increase soon because they deserve it. Now, I did see that the mayor and the governor, I believe it was 2 days ago, made an announcement on tackling the fake plates or unlicensed vehicles, and there was funding allocated, I believe, for that. Is your agency going to get any of that funding so that you can increase that division that goes out and addresses the fake plates?
Not that specific funding, but I'm so happy to be talking about abandoned vehicles because I think it's a part of restoring dignity and order to neighborhoods. There are many neighborhoods in this city where abandoned vehicles sitting on the street are just chronic problems. And the 311 calls when Mayor Adams took office were through the roof on it. And so what the mayor did was he created a task force. It's a combined DSNY NYPD task force where we've paired sanitation supervisors with NYPD cops. Why that pairing in those two agencies? Because sanitation department deals with derelict vehicles of below a certain dollar value, and NYPD deals with abandoned vehicles. And when people call these vehicles into 311, they don't know what derelict is versus abandoned. They don't know who should go to respond. And so often what was happening is they were getting pointed in every which direction. And so by creating this task force, whether the vehicle is abandoned or derelict, we can get it off the street. And since that task force started, we have gotten record numbers of vehicles off of the streets. And it is because the mayor and the police commissioner have been very supportive of this partnership and this task force. So no extra funding for that, but still like an unprecedented thing, which is the dedication of many police officers and sanitation supervisors focused on abandoned and derelict vehicles.
I can say that this task force has played a major role in our quality of life, at least in my district. And you've given us some of our parking back, right? Because individuals are parking their vehicles with no plates as a storage area on city streets. So I really hope that during the negotiations, they can see how they increase this task force. And I encourage my colleagues to utilize them. It's helpful. Finally, my final question is, and I'm going to tell this to my colleagues as well, I'm a big supporter of funding the cameras for illegal dumping. I've done it, I believe, in the last 3 budgets. I tell my colleagues, utilize your funding. You can use your Green NYC funding for it. And, at least in my district, because I have a big portion of an industrial part of the Bronx, there's a lot of illegal dumpings, a lot of blind spots, and we are catching these individuals, and they're being penalized for it. Now, something that we're having a difficulty is illegal dumping inside the New York City parks. I have many New York City parks. We're also seeing an increase in illegal dumping on the exterior of the fences of these New York City parks. Does DSNY have some type of agreement with parks to install these cameras in parks properties?
No, but Ryan has met with the Parks Department and shared not only the tech solution that we've used, but also the operation, the ConOps, the operational plan that we have. So we have shared everything about this very successful program with the Parks Department, and my hope is that they will decide to use the very same plan that we have very successfully used to address this problem. And the other thing I want to say is people really love the illegal dumping videos, like the videos that we post on social media. I just want everyone to know, like, we catch these things every day. We don't post things every day. We don't post them every day because it would get like old and not as interesting, and we like to set them to music. So, you know, there's a bit of production that goes into it. But I want everyone to know that those cameras are catching illegal dumping and illegal dumpers every day. And we issue $4,000 summonses. We impound the vehicles, and it is something that works. So I do encourage, as you started, your colleagues to just keep that program in mind, as well as our program to replace all of the litter baskets in New York City with the new rat-proof litter basket of the future. They're so much better than the mesh, see-through, rat-attracting old litter baskets.
Yeah, I just want to end with this, if I can, Mr. Chair. I really recommend, if there's someone here from the mayor's office, they should consider a task force with DSNY and Parks Department to consider installing cameras there so that we can get those individuals that are illegally dumping. Many times it's individuals that actually have permits to have some barbecues and parks, and they're leaving their garbage around, not picking up.
I agree with you. The sanitation department doesn't have jurisdiction on parks property, and so we've changed, we've been speaking with the Parks Department, who also has a parks police. So we use our sanitation police, but just like the sanitation police, the parks also has police. But definitely hear you, and we'll continue to share our best practices with the Parks Department on how we do illegal dumping enforcement.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, of course. I would also like to recognize Councilmember Nurse, Vicky Palladino. You have questions?
Good afternoon, and thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I too am extremely grateful to the sanitation department. I always call them my guys because in Northeast
Does Harry
Queens.
Nespoli.
What's that?
So does Harry Nespoli.
It's
my guys.
My guys. And Northeast Queens, I want to thank you so very much for your action. As soon as we call, I couldn't be happier. But there are issues that my colleague just brought up about the illegal dumping. I'm just going to basically piggyback on what Councilman Salamanca just said. And we have issues in my district. I agree with the cameras and all of that. We have a rat problem. I'm really enthusiastic about the pails, new receptacles that are going to be issued. But we're always talking about composting. And I really like how you put yourself forward very strongly earlier when I'm late coming to the meeting, but you said a lot of very good things. And for sanitation to be cut in any way, shape, or form, when we are miles behind where we need to be, is ridiculous. Now, you brought up street cleaning. How will the outside, the restaurant, the extensions of the restaurants that are still being allowed to occupy our streets, you know, you talked about, and you're absolutely right about the street cleaners and the brooms that go out. For my district, that's extremely important. So talk to me a little bit about that, if you could.
About the dining sheds?
Yes,
Okay.
and how that's impacting what you need to get done.
So under the old program, like the program that is now being replaced, so old program, the street sweepers could not get to up to the dining sheds.
Right.
And no one was responsible for cleaning the area
Right.
around the dining sheds. Not the city couldn't do it, not the restaurants, no one. And so they were filthy. And then before we started requiring the containerization of restaurant trash, they were storing all of the bags there, which was terrible. So a few things happened. First, in August, we required all restaurants to containerize their trash. I am seeing excellent, not perfect, but excellent compliance among restaurants, which has gotten rid of the trash bags around the dining sheds. Great. And where we see lack of compliance, we're enforcing a lot. The second thing that we did is in the new rules that will govern the permanent outdoor dining program, we have made it the responsibility of the restaurant owner,
It should be.
as it should be,
That's correct.
to clean the area around the shed, much as today they need to clean the sidewalk and 18 inches into the curb. So it's like we extended that 18-inch rule around the shed.
Do you remember when we used to do that? We used to actually enforce that, about the store owners being, I come down very hard in my district for them to be, the store owners to be, do their job. We always believe in, years ago, they used to sweep, they used to hose off in front of their stores, and now it doesn't seem like anybody takes any personal
You know
responsibility
why no one
for
takes any
anything.
responsibility?
Nobody takes any
But let me
personal
tell you
responsibility.
why. I'll tell you why they don't. It's because in the 20-teens, the council slashed in half
That's correct.
the fine
That's right.
for failure to comply with the very basic rules that we have in New York City around sanitation. So it's now, we show up to a business, it's filthy out front. I mean, truly filthy. The biggest fine we can give is a $50
Oh, come
fine.
on, seriously.
There is legislation in front of this council to fix all of that. I was hopeful that that legislation was going to pass at the last stated meeting, but it didn't get out of the committee. And I have to say, the same council members that call me every day to clean dirty conditions or this business isn't complying are still have not been supportive of that legislation. I want to be clear. I don't look at enforcement as a revenue thing.
I agree.
I look at enforcement
I
as
agree.
holding businesses and residences to the very basic standards we have in New York City around cleanliness. And so those three pieces of legislation, including Intro 57, they have to pass if we want to be able to restore dignity and order to our streets in New York City.
100%, I couldn't agree with you more. And I actually, when I speak to my store owners, like on College Point Boulevard or Bell Boulevard, I often say, I'm going to have you fined. This is enough. You cannot keep doing what you're doing and thinking it's okay. And then people, they themselves are complaining about how dirty the streets are, yet no one, once again, circle back to personal responsibility. And if it means hitting them in the pocketbook, as much as I'm a small business person, I come from that, I don't like seeing people fined, but they must be. Because we passed a line now where people genuinely just don't care. So it's time now where the small business owner, it should be, that should be enforced. They need to be fined.
Thank you,
I say-
Councilmember.
I loved it.
Councilmember. Well,
I just loved it.
I mean, it's
I love the passion, Councilmember.
I know, well, that's when it comes
I
to
look
certain
forward
things.
to Intro 57, which does, Intro 97, which does exactly what you're talking about, passing out of this committee.
There you go, Commissioner, I'm with you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And I'm supportive.
There you have the votes you,
Commi-
great, you have the votes you need.
Councilmember Rivera, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time. Those are some bad actors. I want to go back to someone we know is a partner that a colleague of mine brought up earlier. Lower East Side Ecology Center. I have to ask again. I know my colleague brought them up, their compost yard in East River Park. I know that we can work together on ensuring that they have a beautiful compost yard in the park, as well as permanent programming space. I think it would be Impossible to overstate how beloved this organization is. We've spoken to the deputy mayor about it. I want to thank you for affirming the department would not be able to roll out a citywide composting program without the work of community composters like Christine Datz Romero. I want to ask about their temporary facility in Canarsie, since Lower East Side was asked about. This is a $2 million project that was cut from the budget with the latest cuts, but would enhance compost processing capacity, which is necessary as we increase collection. Is this something you would consider continuing with should we have the resources?
So I know that you, maybe your colleagues, had meetings with, at City Hall with the deputy mayor specifically on this topic. I don't have anything additional to add beyond what was discussed at that meeting. But I know you're working with her to come up with a go-forward plan.
You don't have any thoughts on whether you would consider continuing that should we have the additional resources?
I know that you're working directly with my boss to come up with a go-forward plan, which is the right person to work with. And so I look forward to the outcome of those conversations and hearing what the go-forward plan is.
It's not the same facility, though. I'm asking about Canarsie, and that was specifically about Lower East Side.
Okay, so then it's something that we will have to discuss later. I don't have an answer right here and right now.
Okay. You mentioned the rat-proof litter baskets, which are exciting. Okay.
Yes.
They are missing on many corners in my district. I want to specifically point out 2nd and 3rd Avenue in the East 20s and 30s, some of the busiest streets and corners in Manhattan. How can we get these litter baskets back on the corners?
We never took litter baskets off of the streets. We have about 23,000 litter baskets out there. So if there are litter baskets that are missing, we'll obviously want to know where they are and we can replace them, but Ryan has something to add.
Member, can I ask you just a clarifying question?
Yeah.
We had put out some rat-proof litter baskets together, actually, last year, the new better bins, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Are
And we
that-
need those desperately and more around
Right.
Tompkins.
I just want to make sure those aren't what you're referring to and that you're seeing other baskets on the street that you're talking
Other
about.
missing, the location where they're missing is 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue in the East 20s and 30s. It's like the Kips Bay neighborhood.
Okay, we'll look into
So I
that.
can get you
Yep.
specific corners, no problem, because
That'd
it's
be-
been an ongoing issue.
Thank you, member.
Okay, and my last question is, my office has been working on addressing, and again, these are regular bins, but if we can get the upgrade, I have to ask. Union Square bike lane garbage. So my office has been working on addressing a garbage condition on a bike lane on Union Square East. It's a sanitation, quality of life, it's a safety issue. Not just for the park workers and the bikers, but also the sanitation workers, who I think about as being a priority for safety. This area is ideal for innovative containerization solutions, and I would love to work more closely with you on bringing those locations, this sort of solution. Do you have any information about this location or any plans in the works you can share?
Sure, go ahead.
Member, thank you very much for that question. Your office has been fantastic in bringing us, DOT, Union Square Partnership together on that one. I know to answer that question, though, I've got to have my DOT colleagues because they've been working hand in hand at this moment with Union Square Partnership on how to reimagine the streets around it to create space for both containers as well as more safe collection. So I'd love to get back to you on that.
Okay. So, thank you. I think Union Square is very busy. I appreciate what you said about litter baskets, outdoor dining, especially in Alphabet City. And then as for the Ecology Center, I look forward to working with you all on that issue. It's incredibly important to us, and certainly an agreement that we came to with the city that we intend to have them fulfill.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. I would also like to recognize Councilmember Banks. Hello. All right, we have ways to go, so appreciate your patience because we have to ask some questions on the record. So, the November plan includes PEGs, which eliminated the lot cleaning program. The PEG was the result of a reduction of 15 uniform positions for $205,000 in FY24, increasing to $269,000 in the out years. What was the rationale for eliminating the funding for lot cleaning?
It was one of the very painful $60 million worth of cuts that we had to take. I mean, at its height, we had 150 people working in lot cleaning at the New York City Department of Sanitation, and as of this PEG, it's 0.
Will the reduction of these positions be made through layoffs or relocation?
Not through layoffs, reallocation, so relocation of sanitation workers. So the sanitation workers who had previously been assigned to lot cleaning are now generally either assigned to a district or a highway unit or another unit.
Now, I mean, given the PEG, who's gonna, handle the upkeep of these lots and other areas that will
Property
still need
owners,
Excuse me?
the property owners.
Property owners. All right, so we know how well that's been going. So, with regards to the PEGs to household hazardous waste disposal events, my community, everyone, I think, loves these events. I know you have about 2 events a year. The savings incurred by this reduction will be roughly $1.2 million in FY24 and the out years. How many hazardous waste disposal events were there before this PEG?
There were 2. They're going to be cut 2 in every. It's halved. It's cut in half from 2 to 1.
Did you find these programs to be effective?
Yes, they were effective, and it was another difficult cut that we had to make given a very difficult budgetary environment.
How will the reduction of these events to 5 per year impact the accessibility of hazardous waste disposal option for residents, particularly those in underserved communities or with limited transportation options?
It will cut them in half.
It will cut them in half?
Yes, you said how will it affect it? It will have it.
What potential consequences or risks are associated with the decrease in household hazardous waste disposal events in terms of increased improper disposal of hazardous materials, potential environmental harm, or public health risks? New
Yorkers have a few options to deal with electronic waste. They have e-cycle, they have the safe events, and they have the special waste drop-off sites. So there are other options, but obviously you can collect more if there are 2 events rather than 1 event per borough per year.
Would you like to see more events in your ideal world?
We had to take very difficult cuts in this department. In my ideal world, I'd like a lot of things, but I try not to live in the ideal world because it would make me crazy.
I think there's a lot of things we can do in the ideal world over
There
here.
are, and there are places where we should definitely strive.
Our favorite topic, containerization.
Yes.
There are a lot of just cost questions that we have, but you know that I just want to put out there, you've been a champion for containerization. Very happy to see the pilot being announced in Manhattan 9, which encompasses over 90% of my district potentially, and we're seeing the impact. We're seeing the impact, 68% decline in rat sightings. We see it and we feel it, and we really appreciate that. In April 2023, DSNY released a study of best practices, challenges, and steps forward for the containerization of waste in New York City. This report, The Future of Trash, included several models which could alleviate the ongoing trash problem within the city. One key containerization method presented in the report was the use of wheeled shared containers. What would the cost of the standard wheeled shared container be?
Well, we already rolled those wheeled containers out on the 10 blocks in your district and the 17 schools. The cost for that pilot, the 10 blocks, and the 19 schools, was $225,000 in FY23 and $600,000 in FY24. That's not the cost, though, just of the container, it's the cost of the program.
Just the containers?
I don't know how much the specific containers cost, but they weren't terribly expensive.
Okay, and if you can please share the
I will get
the
you.
cost with all of that,
Yes.
that would be greatly appreciated. In the report, it claims that the durability lifetime of these containers would be 3 years. How did the department arrive at this figure?
We talked to a lot of other cities that are doing this. Like, as I've said many times, we are not going to be the first city to containerize our trash in the world. We're going to be one of the last.
Right.
And so we have reached out to sanitation departments in other cities worldwide, as well as manufacturers of these containers are largely based in Europe, but not exclusively. And that was the general consensus that we got. Oh, I have the cost of the containers. I was looking on the wrong page.
Oh, no, you're fine.
It was 500 bins. Is this the right one, Joe? 500 bins, 1.4 million.
What was the last figure?
500 bins, 1.4 million.
All right, thank you. One of the main supporting arguments for implementing a wheeled container system was the ease with which it could be utilized with the current fleet of trucks. The report mentioned that this could be realized with retrofitting. Can you please explain what retrofitting would be necessary?
Yeah, we, for the large buildings, the buildings of 31 units or more, there are 2 options to containerize trash. They both involve large 4 cubic yard containers. So the options are 4 cubic yard containers on wheels or 4 cubic yard containers not on wheels. We piloted the 4 cubic yard containers on wheels because you can roll that container up to the back of a normal sanitation truck that's slightly retrofitted with a tipper, put that big container on a tipper, and tip it into the back of the truck. That's not the go-forward strategy for New York City, because I think having hundreds of thousands of 4 cubic yard containers on wheels in the city is a terrible idea for safety reasons, for many reasons. So the go-forward model involves the 4 cubic yard containers not having wheels, and instead of using the retrofitted truck, we would use a special side-loading truck that we have developed, much like what is used in Europe, where the truck lifts the container and dumps it.
The main alternative to wheeled containers are the stationary containers.
Yes.
These are generally more durable and have larger capacities. What would the cost of a standard share container be?
The cost of the truck, because we developed our first truck, was like just over $500,000.
For one truck?
For one truck. It's maybe like 10% more expensive than our existing sanitation truck, but the like $550,000, I'm not convinced that that's going to be the go-forward price. That included like the R&D that was required to develop the first U.S. dense urban environment automated side-loading truck.
And there was an RFP that was just issued, right?
We did.
On these trucks.
Well, no, we just issued an RFP to buy the containers, which is so exciting. That RFP focuses, in its first instance, on the containers for Manhattan 9, but gives us the ability to buy the containers citywide when that pilot goes well in Manhattan 9. And so it basically is handling all of the contracting and administrative processes associated with rolling out high-density containerization citywide.
And is there any way to anticipate what that cost will be?
No.
Because it's subject to bidding, right?
I have a guess, but I can't say it because I don't want to ruin the RFP process.
The stationary containers would require a new fleet of automatic side loaders, ASLs.
Yes.
What would be the cost of building and acquiring a truck with an ASL? You just said $500K, right?
Am I right? 576. $576,000 was the cost of the first one, but as I mentioned before.
That is a significant capital cost. And is there any anticipation that when you buy in bulk, given that it's moving, Manhattan-wide and then citywide, what do you have an anticipation what that number would be?
I don't, given that we haven't bought any but the R&D ones yet, I don't have a price for it, but I would like to see it come like close in line with the costs associated with our rear loading trucks. Right now, it's about 10% higher. But just for context, the past 2 years, we've spent $500 million on sanitation trucks and completely upgrading and overhauling our fleet, and boy, did it need it. The city didn't buy any new sanitation trucks or place any orders for sanitation trucks during the pandemic. So when Mayor Adams showed up, the average life of our fleet was very high. And so with these unprecedented level of purchasing of sanitation trucks, we are bringing that average life of the fleet down.
If the council were to if the department were to switch over the different trucks due to containerization, what would happen with the existing fleet?
So we're not going to get rid of the existing fleet entirely, which is great. As I mentioned, there's 3 different models based on the size of the building. The 1 to 9 unit buildings will still be serviced by our normal rear loading sanitation trucks. The new ones of those that we buy are going to have tippers on the back so that when all the 1 to 9 unit buildings place their trash out in our standardized New York City bin, the sanitation worker, if their back is hurting, not feeling like lifting that day, can put the container on the tipper and tip it rather than throwing individual bags. And that'll be an option available to them. But we'll still be using the rear loaders for the 1 to 9 unit buildings, as well as any of the 10 to 30 unit buildings that decide to put their trash out in wheelie bins as opposed to opting to use the stationary on-street container.
Do you think there would be an excess
And
of
also, Joe just whispered to me, recycling citywide. We are not planning to containerize either recycling stream because it's put out once a week. So the rear loaders will still be used for recycling as well.
If the old trucks could potentially be retrofitted with this new technology, what would be the potential cost savings like?
There's no cost savings. By the time we buy enough automated side loaders to do automated side loading citywide, the side loaders will just replace some of the aging out rear loaders. So it's not extra cost.
Thank you. Councilmember Banks, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Commissioner and to her team. This is pertaining to the January restorations. The November plan includes PEGs reducing the litter basket collection in 5 boroughs, and the mayor recently announced that this PEG will be reversed, and litter baskets will be returning to the city. The reversal of the PEG includes the restoration of 9,000 litter baskets in the city. Could the department break down approximately where these basket reductions were to take place?
Blessedly, no, because the basket reductions never happened.
Okay.
Meaning that PEG was reversed before the baskets came off of the street, which spared some years of my life, hopefully.
Thank you. The November plan also includes PEGs eliminating a job training program in the sanitation department. The savings included, the savings incurred from the elimination of this program was about $1,085 million in fiscal year 2024, increasing to about 1.1 million to the outer years. The mayor recently announced that this program was to be restored in the preliminary budget. I want to know, can you provide a description of the work that the individuals in the JTP program do?
Yes, they provide various cleaning functions. So we have two general categories. We have indoor and outdoor. The indoor JTPs provide cleaning services inside of our facilities, and the outdoor JTPs provide cleaning services in the community.
And who's eligible for this particular program?
So the JTP program is actually an HRA grant diversion program. The DSNY JTP pool is generated from our sister agency, HRA. I know that I don't want to speak for HRA, but I know that there are certain requirements. They must not be currently working, must be receiving public assistance, and be either the head of household or the payee on their income taxes.
And what is the total budget of this particular program, the JTP program?
In FY24, it was 1.85 million, and in FY25, it's 3.87 million.
And how many slots are being restored?
195.
Okay. And is this the full amount of slots that were eliminated in the previous pack? Excellent. Will this program still be managed by HRA?
Yes.
Excellent. And if so, why is the program, sorry about that. If so, why is this program in the sanitation's budget?
Yeah, the program is funded through an intra-city agreement with HRA, and the participants are hired and paid by DSNY.
Okay. And with the elimination of the lot cleaning program, can we expect that individuals from the JTP program will be tasked with a lot of cleaning?
You know, there were cuts to a lot of cleaning programs, so the work of the JTPs is going to be as important than ever. I don't think for safety reasons they can be assigned specifically to lot cleaning, but they will be working to clean up our communities where cleaning is necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
I just want to also underscore my support in being upset about the cuts to some of the non-traditional areas of cleaning, the targeted task force. I forget, my brain's dying today, but the places where you clean that are not the streets
Targeted
where the
neighborhood
trash
task
is.
force.
Yes. That's been really helpful in my district around the North Conduit Boulevard, where no agency seems to claim it, and around the Jackie Robinson. So I really hope the updated budget can reflect that. And then I just wanted to share that I want to thank Councilmember Ung. I know she had to leave, but I feel like she has really done a lot to try to find consensus with her bill. I think it was really harsh, the first version of it, and I think she's done a lot to get us to a better place. And I think it still has the intended effect of creating stronger consequences without necessarily crushing some of our small businesses. So I just had a couple of questions. One was on the solid waste management plan. I don't know if it was brought up. I know in the November plan, you had to cancel the contract with the consultant. So just wondering if you're confident that you all are going to be able to meet the requirements for that.
I am.
Okay. And how are you planning to meet those requirements?
Oh, we're entirely on pace to complete the solid waste management plan on time. There are two different phases of it. The first half of it, which we are finishing up right now, is going over current conditions, and so we're finishing that up on time. The second piece will be the analysis of the proposed new programs, and I expect that the funding need associated with completing that important mandatory plan will be reflected in an upcoming budget.
How much does it cost to finish out the work that you
You know, we looked at it, and it is substantially less than what was initially budgeted, but we won't have a precise answer until that work is contracted out.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then I'm excited to see the first zone roll out for
The what?
the first zone, the first commercial waste zone. I saw that in your testimony. It's going to roll out in Queens in a particularly very diverse area.
Yes.
So I'm just curious, and I know you also had a peg to your outreach and communications budget last year. I think it was $6 million. So I'm just curious what the plan is to prepare this community of small businesses, which speak a lot of languages.
We just
to get them on board.
registered, we literally just 2 weeks ago registered the contract for outreach for the first zone and many, many more, like beyond the first zone. And the plan for outreach has not changed from what I briefed you on, I think about a year ago now at our hearing, which is 2 months of door-to-door knocking to each of the nearly 7,000 businesses before the transition phase even begins. And we will hone and refine that model based on what we see from the pilot and the process of turning on the first zone. So it's a 2-month outreach, advanced outreach, and then a 4-month phase for the Carters to go and speak to potential
Businesses,
customers.
yeah. Okay. And how many, just a reminder, how many Carters will be? It will be full 3 people, full 3
It's
Carters in
3
that zone?
Carters for, the traditional service, and also 5 citywide containerized Carters, and those are Carters who collect from dumpsters or compactors as opposed to curbside collection.
Okay. And then I just have one other question related to the street vendor enforcement. One, I just want to thank your team for being really responsive. We have one particular challenge that I don't, we'll figure it out, I guess. But I just want to thank you all for being responsive to that. There was a video that went around in our district around the Myrtle Wyckoff area of it wasn't clear who this person was. Were they PD or they sanitation? Because they were just in a black t-shirt and they had like something on, but you couldn't really see what the badge was in the video. I'll share it with you, but I asked this question only for you to put on the record. When there is an enforcement action with impounding or removing anything, can you describe what those people will look like? Will they be wearing a sanitation uniform, or please, just for the record, so we have it.
Our sanitation police all wear a sanitation police uniform, which happens not to be green. It's navy blue.
Right. So they will be fully in gear, like in their collared, badged shirts.
Yes.
Okay.
That is my understanding, and I will check with our chief of enforcement to make sure that there aren't other circumstances that would require plain clothes, and correct the record if I need to, but that is my understanding.
And if PD does any type of enforcement action, do they inform you all after the fact?
No, the police department doesn't have to inform us of their enforcement actions.
Okay, I'm just asking because when that video went around, it was very unclear who it was. We asked our inspector, she was like, she wasn't sure if it was you guys, so.
Member, I appreciate that, and one of the things that I do for the department is stay in close contact with the Street Vendor Project. They have routinely sent me videos to ask clarifying questions about, is this NYPD, is this sanitation police, is it somebody else? I'm always happy to take a look at it, and I'm always happy to receive those from the advocates so that that line of communication is open. But as the commissioner said, we expect our sanitation police to be in the full sanitation police uniform, and PD does their own operations within their precincts.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to have that reiterated publicly for advocates who are concerned. My questions.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
No, of course. Thank you, council member. I have 3 more questions, and then every other question that I have, I will just forward it to you. And if you can provide your responses to them, we would greatly appreciate that. Can we get that?
Sure.
All right.
Of course.
Were there any funds that will be unexpended from this year's snow removal budget?
From this year's,
Snow removal budget.
our snow removal budget. Are there, We
Any-
have not spent our full, are you asking if there's like funds
How much have you?
remaining? Yes.
How much is in budget? How much have you spent? How much is
Gotta
remaining?
I have to get that, hold on. Winter weather, hold on. Is this the updated?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. All right, our FY24 snow budget is $98.2 million.
9.8 or 98?
$98.2 million. To date, in fiscal year '24, we have spent $57.1 million.
I think we
want
can
everyone to keep in mind, though,
we
before
can
that sounds
fund
crazy.
community
I want to
composting times 6 times there.
hold on.
Maybe 7, maybe 8 or 9.
Hold on. What'd you say?
I'm saying we can fund community composting with the difference just right there.
Hold on. I want, before, just to make very clear, I want to make very clear on the record, since we're talking about snow, that the $57.1 million that was spent, most of it is, a lot of it is fixed costs, meaning getting the plows for the trucks and buying the calcium chloride and all of the salt. So it's not all we didn't spend $57.1 million on overtime plowing snow for 2 storms. I just want to be clear about that.
Okay. I don't think it's pretty nice outside today. I don't think it's gonna be snowing much from here to the end of the year. My second question is precision cleaning. I know this is something that was an FY23 budget, but it didn't make it for FY24. Is this something that you would like to see return?
As I mentioned, we took $60 million worth of cuts to the agency. The vast majority of them were around our cleaning programs. Precision cleaning was one of those things that was cut. We had to make very difficult choices given the very difficult budget situation that we were in. We have not yet started to see the effects of the cuts on cleaning. I expect if they are not restored, that we will start to see the effects this summer as we get more attrition, and certainly by the fall as the organics program begins, because right now we are doing all of our cleaning using our surplus sanitation workers.
And do you by any chance have the cost of what it was in FY23, the precision cleaning program? And if you don't have it, you can send
Joe,
it over.
do you have the FY23?
Yeah, sure. In FY23, it was a total of 97 headcount, and that was inclusive of what the baseline city funding was, in addition to the 60 full-time equivalents we got from city council funding, and that was a total of $9.6 million.
That's significant.
Yeah.
All right, my last question.
Now it's at 15.
Okay. That's a big decrease. So something for us to also be on the lookout for. Priority community composting, though. Come on, let's be real. My last question is on preliminary budget new needs. The preliminary budget includes $44 million in personnel service adjustments for fiscal 2024 only. What was the reason for this new need, and what will this funding support?
Joe is going to answer that.
Sure. This is really more of a technical adjustment than it is a new need. Every year, we do receive money for various personnel services costs, like the different ancillary costs, like holiday pay and those types of things. Our personal services budget gets adjusted every year based on actual expenditures. Just keep in mind that our PS budget's over $1 billion. So accurately predicting how much we're going to spend each year is a little bit more of an art than it is a science. So we do receive these adjustments annually.
And the preliminary budget also included $34 million in OTPS for fiscal 2024. Similarly there, what was the reason for the new need? Or technical adjustment, whatever you call it.
So this was primarily for waste export. So our waste export costs are in excess of $500 million a year. Again,
How much?
Of $500 million a year. So we do every year also receive an adjustment to our waste export cost based on actual expenditures throughout the year.
And we're gonna, in our follow-up questions, we want all those costs on exports and all that. My last question is, there seems to be an increasing cost for overtime and with decreasing headcount. That's, normally we see increasing headcount corresponding to increased overtime. But here we're seeing decreased headcount, but more overtime. Can you explain the rationale for that?
Chair, we have the highest number of sanitation workers this year, right now, than this department has had in 25 years. So we definitely do not have a decreased number of sanitation workers. We have over 8,000 uniform.
My apologies on that. It was increasing headcount.
Okay. And our non-snow overtime this year, in the first 8 months of this year, is down significantly since last year. Joe, do you have the numbers?
Sure. Last year, through the end of February, our non-snow uniform overtime was approximately $100 million. This year, year to date, we've only spent $80 million. So we've decreased significantly.
And I'll just say, though, with snow, it balances out. With snow, it's about 106.8 versus 106.6 between the 2 years. But I think the non-snow is the number that you're looking for and is most relevant to the conversation, and that is down substantially.
The average budgeted overtime amount for uniform workers is $157.9 million, but the actual spending has averaged $207.7 million for fiscal 2022 and 23. I understand that overtime fills an important role in keeping staffing levels appropriate and ensuring adequate sanitation response, but the budget does not adequately reflect actual spending. What can be done to better budget overtime?
So overtime, in past years, overtime was relied on for a lot of regular functions. I think now, based on the budget situation that we're in now, overtime is truly only going to the unplanned, non-recurring type events. So snow is a perfect example. Another non-recurring type expense that we have is if there's a holiday during the week and sanitation workers are off, it's a Monday, garbage does get put out, and we do have to chase that garbage throughout the week, so there is overtime in those weeks. But I think if you look at our overtime on a daily basis, when we're in a normal week, we have basically zero sanitation worker overtime on normal operation days. So a lot of the overtime is unpredictable, which is why the budgeting is maybe not as precise as it could be, but we have done everything we possibly can to limit the usage of overtime.
That was my final question. I want you to know that I'm super grateful. This committee is very grateful to you, Commissioner, to your team. There are a lot of important issues that I hope we get worked out. It would bring me a lot of joy to see community composting in the mayor's executive plan in April, the full restoration. It also, we have a lot of work to do to make sure we keep our street clean. And I know that in you, we have partners to get that done. But it's going to take. I really hope it doesn't take too much to get the community composting in the budget, because our green workers deserve it. They are doing, I consider, God's work, educating our communities, collecting food scraps, processing the compost. I was just at Governor's Island earlier this week at Earth Matters, seeing their operation, and I'm going to continue to visit other sites. Let's not rob them of the civic engagement of keeping, collecting, organics and putting out their food scraps and putting them in the local compost bin. It's really a civic activity, and the more that we can, replicate that, I think that we're going to see your program succeed as well. And I think it's not an either or. I think we need both. So thank you so much, Commissioner, and to your team. Really grateful for you, and until I see you again.
Thank you.
We will be taking a 5-minute break before turning to public testimony.
By all means, grab it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, we will now turn to public testimony. Each panelist will be given 2 minutes to speak. For panelists testifying in person, please come to the dais as your name is called and wait for your turn to speak. For panelists who are testifying remotely, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin. During testimony, you must remain on topic and please maintain decorum. Witnesses are not permitted to record themselves or this committee, as a hearing will be provided online. Our first panel will be 4 members: Corey Wilkins, Phyllis Yip, Nando Rodriguez, and Lena Frey. These? Yeah. I'm sorry, one moment, please.
Well, hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Abreu, and the members of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste
sir.
Management.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We just need to pause for a moment for the chair to come back. I'm deeply apologetic to interrupt your testimony. Thank you for your patience. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
All right, hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Abreu and members of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management for this opportunity to testify. My name is Nando Rodriguez, Senior Manager of the Environmental Program at the Brotherhood of Sister Soul, a nonprofit youth development and social justice organization serving in New York City since 1995. The Brotherhood of Sister Soul is a long-term partner, with long-term partner Open Road with New York, have joined forces to advance the 1,000 Composting System Initiative, a campaign to advance the New York City 2030 Zero Waste Management. This campaign was also influenced by the community composting and it's complementary to it. Our objectives is to establish 1,000 food waste processing sites in each borough of New York City. Collectively, these sites will have the capacity to divert tons of local food waste from our landfills each day. Ultimately, we envision an interconnected network of community composting sites throughout New York City with local stewards who are actively engaged to improving the health of our community and mitigating the effects of climate change. The 1,000 Composting System Initiative will accomplish multiple goals, including these three. Increasing environmental education and activism among New York City residents. With these new sites, we bring together New Yorkers of various ages to manage the local composting systems. Each will become self-sustained partner in their composting community and in turn educate and draw food waste from hundreds of local residents. Number 2, supporting healthy communities and environments. The local composting is one of the powerful ways that communities can work together to improve community health and address the challenges of climate change. By collecting food waste locally, we are greatly reducing the garbage sent to landfills. In addition, compost is a critical ingredient in the development of healthy soils. Compost provides plants with nutrient-reduced availability to heavy metals and plant uptakes, and it suppresses soil diseases, which is a great danger and growing danger in climate change. By producing and distributing compost locally, we are supporting local communities with the ability to grow food healthy and to be used personal and community, and therefore improving food insecurity. Supporting green jobs. Number 3, the 1,000 Composting System Initiative will provide employment for hundreds of youth around the community, around the city, and train to build and maintain the local composting system, as well as educate and organize their local community and support projects. I would like to...
Thank you. I'll give you another 10 more seconds.
30 seconds, I'm done. Lastly, I would like to share that in the 1990s, when the initiation of the New York City Compost Project was created, I was in my teens, learning about urban composting in the Lower East Side. The idea of New York City residents separating food waste from their garbage had me full of doubts. But I was interested, inspired by the groups emerging, Earth Matters, Lower East Side Ecology Center. Fast forward today, I now work with an organization where I see over 500 youth or participants per year learning and practicing composting. I have witnessed the growth of the most diverse community in New York City, which has erased all doubts that I had about New York City residents. I am now filled with hopes and dreams of New York City leading the movement to combat climate change through our community composting. BROSIS will also look forward to working with the council members and to make composting a reality across New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Nando. You guys try to keep it to 2 minutes. We have a lot of people to have to testify.
Thank you, Councilmember Abreu, and thank you to the committee for having us today for public testimony. My name is Corey Wilkins, and I'm a proud member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, a labor union represented by RWDSU, the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of a union member of mine named Courtney Scheffler, and I work as a compost coordinator and driver for New York City within Grow NYC. Excuse me. Together, we are partners. Together with our partners at New York City Compost Project, we provide New Yorkers with waste equity access through food scrap collections and processing, outreach, education, and finished compost. It is imperative that City Council fully restore sufficient funding for community composting in the 2024 budget this spring and mandate that these programs exist through legislation. We are asking for organics to be processed hyper-locally through community composting and for the health of our neighbors and livelihoods. I live paycheck to paycheck like many of my coworkers and like many New Yorkers. The defunding of zero waste programming will lay off 78 of my coworkers by June. That is over half of our union, and our work is essential and is not expensive. The cost is only 0.003% of the city's sanitation budget, yet it has made a positive impact on the lives of tens of thousands of New Yorkers. The city's tax revenue is up, and there is more than enough money to fund these vital programs. There's always money for the NYPD to surveil and brutalize the communities we serve, but never enough for community services. With service gaps and inadequate outreach, curbside and smart bins alone will not realize the waste equity needs of our city. If this administration were earnestly committed to its purported environmental objectives, the services we provide the public would be adequately funded and legislated beyond our year-to-year contracts. Investing in communities is always worth it, especially those disproportionately experiencing environmental injustice. Community compost, zero waste schools, and stop and swap have been defunded just as our union has entered negotiations for our first contract to make our workplace truly sustainable for all workers. We are fighting for both a fair contract and the jobs of over half of our bargaining unit. Defunding our programs is an inadequate justice to communities we serve, the parks and street tree beds we nourish, and to our union workers. Thank you. Courtney.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Abreu and also Sandy Nurse. Thank you guys for sticking around to hear public testimony. My name is Lena Fry, and I am addressing you today as a proud community compost worker and also a member of Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. The recent decision to cut all funding for community compost and Grow NYC zero waste programs will deny millions of New Yorkers the ability to keep their food scraps out of landfills. And it means over 140 people like myself will lose our jobs. This is a labor issue, and 79 union workers, including myself, across 3 departments will be unemployed by June. We are in a critical moment for our union and for green labor across New York City, with jobs in waste management and education now hamstrung by these short-sighted budget cuts. We need our city to invest in sustainable waste management, build community resilience, and fund green labor, yet the mayor and sanitation commissioner are choosing to do just the opposite. The city cannot sustain a viable curbside organics collection program while working against community composting and the people who maintain it. With the imminent loss of all of the outreach, education, and access that is provided by Grow NYC zero waste programs and the New York City Compost Project, the city's curbside program will continue to stagnate in participation and suffer high rates of contamination. We know that when there are gaps in service, good habits are lost. And if these programs are not renewed, the compost diversion rates will likely never recover. I implore the City Council to reinstate funding for the zero waste programs at Grow NYC and the New York City Compost Project. Funds for these contracts must be made immediately available to save our jobs and the 30+ years of progress we have made towards a sustainable New York City for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Yip. I am a union member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective. I am also a District 10 resident. Mayor Eric Adams and his administration like to use the word inefficient to describe community compost, and they will continue to use the word inefficient to describe our zero waste programs. Inefficient means insignificant. They believe we, the zero waste workers, are insignificant. The work we do is insignificant, a complete waste of taxpayers' money. But will they say to the single mother picking up free clothes for her baby at a stop and swap event that she's insignificant? What about the senior citizen who doesn't have a smartphone to use a smart bin? Will they also say that he's insignificant? And then there are the young high school students learning the science behind turning food scraps into fuel for growing new plants. Are they too insignificant? We know there are a lot of competing issues worthy of your attention. I ask this committee and all of City Council to please make zero waste jobs your top priority. You are not only fighting for us union workers, but you are also fighting for the people we serve. They are the city's most vulnerable population, communities of color, immigrants, seniors, and low-income New Yorkers. So do everything in your power to get us back our funding. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Arif Sanmanu, Citra Bowman, Natalie Huang, and Christine Datz Romero.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Abreu, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Arif Samanu, and I'm the Government Affairs Lead here at Grow NYC. Grow NYC is here today to support the restoration of funding and reinvestment in community composting, as well as the other zero waste programming at Grow NYC. The mayor's budget cuts have eliminated the funding for Grow NYC and the 7 organizations that make up the New York City Compost Project. In addition, the city is not intending to continue funding for our Zero Waste Schools program, which since 2010 has been instrumental in introducing the next generation of New Yorkers to the importance of and practices of waste reduction, composting, and recycling, as our colleagues will testify today. While Grow NYC has received stopgap funding to support the compost program, these funds will not carry us through the next fiscal year. Further, our popular Stop and Swap reuse program is also at risk. While not officially cut, the city has provided no indication of what the process and timing for the restoration of the funds for the compost project and the Grow NYC programs would be. If it is an RFP process, then it is unlikely that we will be able to financially sustain the gap between the restoration of funds and getting a city contract in FY25. Our need is urgent and our situation is dire. If the funding for Grow NYC's program is not restored immediately, the programming we have provided to millions of New Yorkers over the past 18 months, empowering them to take personal action against climate change, could cease to exist on June 30th. In addition, if funding is not restored for our partners in the compost project, we are at risk of losing the longest running community composting program in the nation and the dismantling of the processing capacity that have diligently built over the last 30 years on which Grow NYC relies. These budget cuts also have a human cost. The loss of the funding for Grow NYC programs alone will result in the loss of 94 jobs, 79 of which are union jobs. We are carefully slated to lay off the bulk of our staff the bulk of our compost staff on May 20th, and there seems to be no funding light at the end of the tunnel. In addition to our numerous waste diversion accomplishments, we have an invaluable educational component to our programming and engaging communities through free compost givebacks, street care events throughout the 5 boroughs. Our Zero Waste Schools program helps train the next generation of environmental leaders, and our Stop and Swap program facilitates and reinforces the importance of reuse and disposal. We respectfully request a restoration of $7 million for the community composting program, the restoration of $2 million for the Lower East Side Ecology Center to complete the build of its composting facility in Canarsie, the restoration of $2.5 million for Grow NYC's Zero Waste Schools program, the timely release of an RFP for Grow NYC's Stop and Swap program, the long-term extension of the license for Big Reuse to continue its composting processing capacity at the Baby Bridge Park in Queens, and the long-term extension of the license for Earth Matter to continue its compost processing facility capacity on Governor's Island. Thank you so much for the time to testify.
Good afternoon, Chair Abreu and members of the Sanitation Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Natalie Huang, and like some of the people who have testified before me, I am a proud member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. I have worked as a compost coordinator at Grow NYC for 2 years now, and together with our partners at the New York City Compost Project, we represent the community composting programs who serve millions of New Yorkers. Grow NYC's compost program was extended in December due to a generous private donor, and while we were told this funding would last until June, we received news last month that, due to cutting operational costs, me and my 53 colleagues will instead lose our jobs on May 20th. I owe my life to community composting, from interning at Earth Matter to training the Master Composter program at the Lower East Side Ecology Center. They empowered me to advocate for community composting and taught me what the citywide organics collection program could not. The joy, beauty, and community that comes from building a compost pile with other people and being able to touch and feel the product of our shared labor. Finished, nutrient-rich compost. As community compost workers, we engage in face-to-face interactions to teach people about composting methods, recycling initiatives, and tangible ways to be more sustainable. The citywide organics collection program does not come close. The finished compost created from community composting is returned to local communities to improve their soils. The biogas produced from the majority of organic waste collected from brown bins and smart bins do not. The city cannot have a successful citywide organics collection program without working in partnership with community composting organizations. We deserve to keep the jobs we have the heart and passion for, and to continue serving local communities who need us for community composting. The City Council must fight to fully restore funding to Grow Northeast Compost Program and the New York City Compost Project in the upcoming budget, and mandate that these programs are protected through legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Citra Bowman, and I'm speaking today as a member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. I am here today to ask for the restoration of the zero waste programs at Grow NYC and the community composting program. I have been working as an education and engagement lead in the Zero Waste Schools program at Grow NYC for almost 2 years. During my time, I have seen how these initiatives provide vital services that are key to creating a sustainable waste infrastructure for this city. As an education and engagement lead, my job entails providing support and education for schools so they can be in compliance with the curbside composting program. The past 2 years have seen the expansion of the program to cover all schools within the 5 boroughs. This is a great opportunity for schools to divert their waste from landfills. Up to 51% of the waste created by schools can be composted. Another 30% can be recycled. It takes a long time to successfully implement new systems and create new habits. The current format that we have of serving 8 schools over 6 weeks is not enough time to create any type of real change regarding behaviors and attitudes about recycling and composting. Over the past 2 weeks, I've had 3 schools reach out to me that I no longer work with. 2 of them were from the Bronx, where I worked last year. The Zero Waste Schools expansion program started in the Bronx because it has historically been underserved. We would do a disservice to communities when public programs are rolled out without adequate resources to make them successful. This past fall, I was assigned to schools in Brooklyn when curbside composting was rolled out throughout the borough. At every school I visited, teachers, administrators, and faculty members had questions about what materials could be composted at home and how residential pickups would actually happen. The confusion I encountered was emblematic of the lack of funding and commitment to outreach and education at DSNY. There is an ongoing need for the outreach and education that the Zero Waste Schools programs provides, especially in marginalized communities. Zero Waste Schools, Stop and Swap, and Community Compost are programs that are part of a green job ecosystem. The cutting of these programs will result in the loss of 78 green union jobs. Without these jobs, how can I demonstrate to students that this is a viable career option? I'm not only advocating for my own job, but for future green jobs. These programs and opportunities provide students with essential education and not only teach them about climate change, but also provides them with the skills and knowledge on how to cope with it. This program is vital as climate change will continue to affect young people throughout their lives. We are educating a generation of future environmental stewards who will have the tools to improve on the systems that we have already put into place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's such an honor to sit at this table with the next generation of leaders coming up, and I just want to really, it just really demonstrates what we stand to lose if we lose this program. My name is Christina Dutz Romero, and I'm with the Lower East Side Ecology Center, and I think in this room we all agree that community composting really delivers the greatest positive social and climate impacts in terms of fighting against the escalating climate crisis. We really appreciate the leadership of the chairperson of the Sanitation Committee, Sean Abreu, in asking for this money. It seems like we just learned that there's $40 million left in the budget from snow removal that could fund this program over and over again. And what we're really hoping is that the compost project budget line will be baselined in the future, and to find ways to not always be like this bargaining chip in the negotiations, because it really affects people's lives, and it also affects programs that really need to go on year over year and not this constant threat of stopping and going. I don't think I need to get into all the benefits that we are creating, but I want to just really emphasize that also besides the programs that we run, we also need the infrastructure to run these programs on. And the infrastructure, of course, is people, but it is also physical places. And I want to just reiterate that community composting has a place in public land, especially also in public parks. And we need to find ways to really secure those locations so that we are not constantly feeling threatened to our existence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Eric Goldstein, Justin Green, Annalise, excuse my pronunciation, Zausner-Mann, and Justin Wood. You may begin when ready.
This is Defense Council, and I'm going to summarize my written remarks. First, we're very excited by the Sanitation Department's containerization initiative. It has great potential, and we congratulate Commissioner Tisch on moving that program forward. We urge the Council to continue to fully fund it and to carefully review the results of the initial pilot project. Second, we also support fully funding for restoration and expansion of the street litter basket collection program and the illegal dumping camera program. We urge the Council to provide funding for both of those and to ensure that all neighborhoods, regardless of income level, receive the benefits of the litter basket service, which hasn't always happened in the past. The most important point today is an urgent plea for the Council to restore full funding for community composting. In particular, this means $7 million for funding the New York Compost Project and funding, wherever it comes from, for processing facilities for Lower East Side and for big reuse. Their work is essential to the success of the department's entire curbside organics collection program. The men and women who work at the Department of Sanitation have a hard job and they work with great dedication, but in terms of composting, they cannot do it alone. At the last hearing, a spokesman for the Sanitation Department said, in essence, that the work of these nonprofit community composting groups, that they did a terrific job, but they're no longer needed, and so thanks very much. That sentiment is ignorant, short-sighted, and dead wrong. Curbside composting will never achieve the full potential it has without the work of these nonprofit groups, Grow NYC, LES, Big Reuse, Earth Matters, and the Botanic Gardens. These groups are providing the training, education, and for residents, school kids, and even businesses that are necessary for full participation to make the curbside program cost-effective. The early data from Queens curbside bear this out. According to a recent analysis by Professor Samantha McBride, only 4% of the potential material in Queens curbside composting is now being collected. Clearly, a much stronger education and training effort is needed, and that's exactly what the community composters can do. DSNY should embrace these nonprofit groups rather than take a go-it-alone approach. Together, it can be a great program. And meanwhile, the Parks Department needs to wake up and extend the license for the nationally honored Big Reuse nonprofit's Long Island City site beyond June 30th, rather than seeking to convert that solid waste jewel into a department parking lot. Really? Two final points. Regarding commercial waste zone implementation, we support full funding for implementation of all 20 zones by the end of 2025, if not before. This includes for money not only for implementation, but enforcement and transparency so that the council and the public can understand exactly what's happening with this landmark program. The public needs assurances that the contracts being awarded are consistent with and supportive of the environmental, labor protection, and environmental justice goals that led the council to pass this legislation in the first place. And then finally, the council should ensure sufficient funding for completion of the 2026 solid waste management plan. That needs to include public engagement in plan development. And while we're at it, the council should inquire about implementation of projects that were supposed to have been undertaken pursuant to the 2006 solid waste management plan. The marine transfer station's conversion to handle a portion of commercial waste that is otherwise slated for export, and the completion and redeployment of marine transfer stations at Gansford and the Upper West Side 59th Street. Both of those unfulfilled promises from the 2026 plan have strong justifications in terms of environmental justice. Both measures are long overdue and warrant a dusting off and timely re-examination by the department. We look forward to continue to work with you. We appreciate so much your leadership, the two of you and the other council members, and we hope that you will right the wrong and restore funding for community composting in the final budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric.
I'm Justin Green. I'm the Executive Director of Big Reuse. I wanted to really thank the chair for leading an amazing rally, great hearing, amazing questions to sanitation from council and especially the chair. Thanks to ex-chair Nurse for sticking it out and being here. I'm really glad you guys have formed an amazing team to take some of these questions on, so really thank you. With the budget cuts last year, Big Reuse has been a partner with the Department of Sanitation for the last decade on the compost project and outreach and composting. With the budget cuts last year, we had to lay off 16 of our staff, amazing staff who've done amazing work composting over 2 million pounds of material each year at 3 composting sites, providing 1,000 cubic yards of compost to finished compost to 300 parks, community groups, and street tree care projects. Our outreach team, of which there is still a tremendous need for, was also laid off. They spoke to 75,000 New Yorkers, knocked on 35,000 doors every year, and we're at 600 events a year, speaking 7 different languages. The really short-sighted cuts from the Department of Sanitation cut our program and programs like ours at the Botanical Gardens, Grow NYC, Earth Matter, and Lower East Side, programs that are necessary and the best option for composting in the city. I know we're trying to go easiest and simplest, but it doesn't make sense to get rid of the best option that actually has the biggest impact, which is community composting, as we all know. That engages the most people, is the most equitable, and has the sort of most ecological impact of any other solutions. I support restoration of the budget of $7 million, Grow NYC, budget for education, budget for the build out of Lower East Side Ecology Site. And our site in Queensbridge, as Eric just mentioned, is also getting pushed off. That doesn't need any money. We just need to be allowed to stay. And that's all Parks needs to do. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Annalisa Zausner-Manis. Thank you for being here, former chair, current chair. Incredible, incredible work. This isn't about the budget. 1.9 million, quick math, I was a math teacher for many years. Our program's 7 million, so rounding error percentage of the entire budget. I worked in schools for about 15 years in the middle school classroom, and across the US, I was in Asia, I was in Europe, and what I saw consistently happening was replacing programs. We would take one program and replace it. Everyone here has engaged with the school in one way or another. We're familiar with that. I see that happening with this program. We are starting a new program, and as a result, we're putting funds and allocating funds to something new when we have something currently that's in place and works. We are often not providing training, no actual education, and an expectation of a seamless transition, which is very simply not possible, especially when funding is an issue. I'm here to advocate that the city needs multifaceted infrastructure that incorporates different methods, not throwing out something old and introducing something new, but weaving together tried and true with new to create a robust program, a truly diverse way to divert waste. Community composting sites collect and produce actual compost. I want to just emphasize that. Actual finished compost, which is a soil amendment that stays in our city and goes right back into our parks and our street trees. That means fewer vehicles on streets, that means fewer gasoline, fewer emissions, and a circular system. It improves the health of our urban landscape, street trees, air quality, anaerobic co-digestion, which is where the majority of smart bins and curbside goes, does not. So I'm ending with letters from Miss Cahill's class at PS 503, who are watching right now, and wrote letters that are going to Mayor Adams and Commissioner Tisch, fighting for organics to stay here in New York City through community composting facilities, through those partners that my colleague here just named. So, thank you for your time. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Abreu and former Chair Nurse, for the opportunity to testify. I'm Justin Wood. I'm the Director of Policy at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. We're a founding member of the Transform Don't Trash New York City Coalition. I'll summarize written remarks. Thank you to the Council for doing your own financial analysis and pushing back on some of the revenue projections that have been used to justify really harmful cuts to the city's climate, sanitation, green jobs, and so many other programs. It's just not enough. Every year that we're here talking about what we just learned is upwards of $500 million in waste export costs when the climate crisis is increasingly and more severely impacting more New Yorkers every month. So we appreciate the sustained effort to sustain real sanitation diversion programs and job creation programs. To name just a few, I want to emphasize what my colleague Eric said about the solid waste management program planning. We've not yet held the city accountable for the unfulfilled promises of the last solid waste management plan, which include the build out of major marine transfer stations and the use of marine and rail facilities to lessen the grossly unequal impacts of a truck and export intensive waste system. And so we're looking forward to a real engagement with communities and with the council on the new program. We're concerned that the budget for the engagement consultant was cut. And in our view, the new solid waste management plan should be fully advancing the statewide and economy-wide emissions reductions goals of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. So we look forward to and this is also in keeping with the Zero Waste Act. Thank you, former Chair Nurse, for your leadership on that. It's not enough for the sanitation to simply publish a laundry list, in our view, of laudable but non-comprehensive programs. It's got to be all of the different diversion and job creation programs we've talked about today comprehensively. And I'll just wrap up by saying with commercial waste zones, we're excited for the rollout of a landmark program. We're concerned that the language around it continues to be one of a pilot, especially when both to scale up diversion, safety, and efficiency in the commercial sector, it really needs to sync up in New Yorkers' minds and behaviors with the massive and ubiquitous public education effort that's going to be needed to have us all doing organics recycling at home, at work, in public spaces, and everywhere. So I'll wrap up with that. We look forward to submitting written comments, and thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Next we'll have Eric Arnum, Eric Menjivar, Theo Moore, and Kate Wimsett.
Looks like one of them had to leave. It looks like at least one person left. I don't know who it is yet.
You may begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and past Chair Nurse. My name is Eric Arnhem. I'm from the Forest Hills Green Team out in Queens. I'm a volunteer with that organization. I've been there for about 5 years. When I first started with the Green Team, we were planting daffodils and tulips and cleaning up parks. And then 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago to the day, the world changed. I remember it vividly. March 13th, 2020, the world shut down because of the pandemic. And something else that shut down was the composting operation that was going on in McDonald Park, which is right near the post office. Excuse me, right near the post office in Forest Hills. The Green Team saw an opportunity to fill a void, and we began doing composting, community composting collections every Sunday morning at McDonald Park, and pretty soon we had 200 clients who were coming every single Sunday to see us. And I remember there was this one woman I knew from when my daughter was in school. She got very mad at me because I told her that we were going to be there every Sunday, and then we took Memorial Day off. And she came with her bag, one of these, and we weren't there, and she was very upset by that. And what I want to say is that community composting, we talk about the education, but we also should talk about it becoming a sort of town square for people to come, and especially during the pandemic when we were so isolated and trapped in our homes, to come and interact with their neighbors, with us. Something else that we do, we put out a table, we gave out masks and all of the other, what do you call it, the sanitizer and the test kits and everything like that. But why are we still in business? The reason is because out in Queens, as Mr. Goldstein just said, the rate at which people are complying with this program is so low. Even in my building, we do not collect. So I think that community composting provides that service. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Abreu and members of the Sanitation Committee, and also anyone else who is listening through Zoom, as well as my councilwoman, Vicky Palladino. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Eric Menjivar, and I'm a proud member of the Bargaining Committee of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. Along with my job titles as Green Market Manager at Corona and Forest Hills, I also work as a compost coordinator for Grow NYC as part of the Zero Waste program that was defunded this past December. We, the workers of the Zero Waste program, divert more than 8.3 million pounds of organic waste every single year, along with 85,000 pounds of reusable items are collected across the city and provided to our communities. And we educate over 450,000 people about authentic sustainability through community composting. My objective here today is to simply reiterate what I've been saying the last couple of times that I've been here. And last time I spoke about consequences, and we are seeing the consequences in real time regarding these budget cuts. We were saved miraculously because of an anonymous donation, but it is limited, and because of that, hours have been reduced and sites have been closing, among them in Forest Hills, in which we had to reduce an hour of service, leading to a lot of people who are frustrated and also public trust diminishing. These budget cuts are nothing less than a betrayal of public trust and also disrespect to the workers of Grow NYC and also our community composting organizations. The best plan for infrastructure that we have for community composting is already present, and it is unjust to simply ignore it and to simply start over with something new. And the plans that DSNY has been providing are simply inadequate and have been very vague. I ask that the City Council reject the tolerance of this vagueness and ignorance that DSNY is displaying, and that we ask for the complete restoration of the funds, not only for the New York City Compost Project, but also for all zero waste programs, because these are vital for all of our communities in New York City. And not only for restoration, but also to see it that we have enough funding to actually do the job properly, being able to address certain communities in which we haven't been doing outreach, and also any blind spots that we have in operations. And I'll end this that end this testimony by saying that not only are we asking for restoration, but also the cementation of this, the zero waste programs and also the New York City Compost project through legislation to ensure it's existing for future years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Abreu and former Chair Nurse, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Wimsatt, and I'm the Director of Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools. As we know, the Mayor's preliminary fiscal year 25 budget eliminates entirely funding for Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools, ending a successful and effective 13-year partnership that provides the technical support and education essential for curbside composting to work in New York City public schools. I cannot overstate the deep concern of how this void will impact schools' ability to participate adequately in curbside composting. Since 2011, Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools has been the educational partner of DSNY and NYCPS. Our education and operational support to K-12 public schools across all 5 boroughs has been instrumental in increasing recycling and curbside compost collection in the largest school system in the United States. At the end of this month, after an ambitious 2-year expansion, all schools in New York City will have curbside composting service from the Department of Sanitation. Service availability does not equal high-level participation. Our work getting schools to divert as much as 86% of their waste is not yet done. Why? The pace of the rollout to over 1,200 schools in over 700 buildings did not allow for the deep education, training, and troubleshooting necessary for the systems to become fully established. The Grow NYC Zero Waste team laid the groundwork for success, but ongoing support is most critical at this time. Compared to previous expansions, schools enrolled these past 2 years in the Bronx, outer Queens, and outer Brooklyn received the least amount of support. Timing allowed for only 4 to 6 visits per site over a few months, a far shorter period than the 1 to 3 years provided in previous expansions. While many in this room are committed and excited about compost, not all schools new to the service welcome the change. We don't expect everyone in a school to become a champion of compost, but we do expect them to do what is necessary to separate the waste in their buildings for proper collection. This requires a sustained effort to change behaviors, habits, and systems, and in the process, and when the system is working, many along the way come to realize the benefits of compost. Schools experience a high level of turnover. The staff, administrators, and students reached today are not the people present next year. Without funding, Grow NYC Zero Waste Schools will not be able to provide the training, troubleshooting, and when necessary, escalations of issues to our agency partners so that school-based staff are able to operate a smooth running waste management system that results in clean, uncontaminated, containerized, separated waste put out on the correct day for collection by DSNY. We will not be able to provide the outreach to empower New York City students, the next generation of New York City's leaders, makers, and doers. We are respectfully requesting the restoration of $2.5 million of Grow NYC's Zero Waste Schools budget, as well as the restoration of $7 million for community composting, including Grow NYC's food scraps drop-off sites and New York City Compost, and the timely release of an RFP for Grow NYC's stop and swap programs.
Thank you. Next, we will have Lacey Tauber, Matthew Savello, Marissa De Dominicis, and Mia Velez.
Thanks for your patience. I know you've been waiting a few hours.
Hi, Chair Abreu and former Chair Nurse. My name is Lacey Tauber. I'm representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. My testimony is long, so I'm going to summarize and submit written as well. As former chair of this committee from 2014 to 2021, the Borough President remains deeply invested in a comprehensive approach to waste management that centers sustainability and environmental justice, and is concerned about this administration's approach to the FY25 budget, including a few things that I'll outline. The first is administrative staffing, outreach, and communications. As we've discussed, this year DSNY is going to implement some of its most transformative programs, including commercial waste zones, curbside organics collection in Manhattan, and requiring residential building owners to containerize their trash. All of these programs are complicated. They require significant planning, oversight, and most critically, public engagement in order to be successful. Additionally, our diversion rate, the recycling diversion rate, is actually going down. It's short of sanitation's goal, which is actually lower than that of many other cities. Education and outreach are critical to getting this number up and to the success of these new programs. So cutting outreach, education, and staffing for implementation seems short-sighted, particularly given the recent re-estimates that predict a budget surplus. Similarly, on the solid waste management plan, I just want to underscore that, this plan is going to guide solid waste management in the city for the next 20 years. And the 2006 plan had really transformative measures in it, including bringing a metal glass plastic recycling facility to the city, which is now operating in Sunset Park, developing the MTSs, which was a huge win for environmental justice advocates who really had a role in participating in shaping the plan. Because it really helped get trucks off our streets. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, really quickly, community composting. He's a big supporter. You've heard it all already. I will just add specifically that he really wants to see big reuse and the Lower East Side Ecology Center continue to operate in their spaces. And then finally, something kind of random. The Brooklyn District 1315 Sanitation Garage. He's been advocating for this to be part of the capital plan because their facilities are among the worst physical plants in DSNY's holdings, and they continue to not be part of the capital budget, despite the fact that City Council had approved site selection for a site in 2006. It was never funded, and actually that site was just sold by National Grid to a real estate company for $51 million. So we lost our opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Guess I'm next. Thank you. I'm Matthew Savello, Chair of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, and I am reading on behalf of the 4 Solid Waste Advisory Boards. Thank you, Chair Abreu, today for holding this important hearing, and thank you to former Chair Nurse for holding so many of these meetings in the past. It was greatly appreciated. The current solid waste management plan of 2006 recognized waste export as unsustainable, recommending aggressive recycling diversion goals, education initiatives, and in-city processing facilities. Of our new waste policy initiatives, most notable is mandatory curbside organics collection, which organics make up 40% of what we export to waste for landfill and incineration disposal. Curbside organics is expected to divert eventually a substantial portion of the 1.1 million tons of organics annually away from disposal to landfill and incineration, and shift nearly $200 million in associated fiscal spend to beneficial uses like compost and composting. Our past initiatives, however, should inform our current policy initiatives. Today, the planned support for mandatory organics is similar to our 35-year support for recycling, offering curbside collection, smart bin availability, enforcement, and perhaps additional organics collection days. Absent from this support, however, is the New York City Community Compost Project's outreach and education that leverage the true believers to convert the non-believers, the indifferent and the outright hostile, to participate in an ongoing organics diversion program. Small by design, with an approximately $4 million annual budget, the 30-year-old compost project was also effective, engaging 500,000 residents, collecting 8 million pounds of food scraps and yard waste each year, and it was very efficient. Of every $1 spent on the New York City Compost Project's FY25 budget, 63 cents were spent engaging the public in processing and collection, and 37 cents devoted entirely to experiential outreach education. Lessons from the 35 years of recycling indicate that it would be wise to continue this tiny ongoing investment to make curbside organics a success and help realize hundreds of millions in fiscal benefits. Our full comments many more of these items that we spoke about today will follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity.
and all of the great work that you've been doing. I'm going to waive my testimony. I'll submit that online in order to humbly present one of the students' testimony who had to go to work. This is coming from Lena Lacqui, a senior at the New York Harbor School in Marine Affairs at the CTE track. I've worked closely with Earth Matter since my sophomore year. I couldn't imagine not having a resource like Earth Matter in my school life. They are a crucial part of my education. I use my skills in school and implement them into my daily life outside of school. If the compost budget doesn't change, my education will. My peers and I will have fewer resources, along with other New York City schools that want to practice sustainability and composting. I have firsthand experience with composting. I have seen change that compost brings at school and in my Brooklyn Heights community. Without the help of Earth Matter, composting would be unknown to me. 10 New York City schools were picked to do the Exploring Sustainability and Green Careers pilot program, and my school was one of the 10 to be chosen. But without a resource like Earth Matter, there is no inside support for this program even to succeed. We even utilize Earth Matter's practices in our school's urban garden. We use compost in our garden to give our crops the exact supplements they need to grow. We learn this by watching Earth Matter's tactics. And then finally, our garden began to thrive. This is only one example of how many others showing how much we learn. Community composting is much needed resources. I can wholeheartedly say that removing the budget for community composting harms not only the state of our city, but also New York City schools' abilities to teach composting topics that will apply far into the future. Our education and our future is in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lena.
Hello, my name is Audrey Jenkins, and I will be delivering testimony on the behalf of Mia Velez, also a student at the Harbor School. Good afternoon, my name is Mia Velez. I am a concerned resident of Brooklyn and a student of the Urban Assembly New York Harbor School. I am reaching out today to express my deep concern about the 2025 composting and waste management budget. I started getting involved in community composting at my career technical education program at the Harbor School. In my career technical education program, Marine Affairs, we do all sorts of sustainability and most importantly, composting. I've worked internships with one of its partners, Earth Matter, through my school. During my 3 internships, 2 summer and 1 fall, I learned the importance of composting and why it should be spread throughout the city. Not only did I learn the importance of composting, but I was also able to educate visitors and fellow students of the facility on composting because of how in-depth they taught me. Without city-funded composting facilities, a lot of people wouldn't be educated on the importance of composting and why it's so helpful to our city. If the budget is cut for composting, Earth Matter will not be able to educate people on the importance of composting and what it really does to help fight climate change. Many volunteers, corporations, and even council members are educated by Earth Matters. Since they are educated, they can spread the information they have learned and take it back to their communities. The evolution of composting has been improved since COVID-19 when it was shut down. We are going back down that path. When we didn't have our food scraps drop off sites, there was so much more food waste, leading to more garbage being thrown out. Some may think that Earth Matter does not make an impact, but it does. Earth Matter not only educates on composting, but also educates on farming and sustainability. Earth Matter is a nonprofit organization that works closely with its partners and is the best help it can be. With my experience at the Harbor School, the organization has helped us start an urban farm, educate us on composting, and use the compost made directly from the school lunch scraps back into our garden. Without Earth Matter, none of this would have been possible. Councilmember Abreu, as a fellow Latin American, I hope you will see that there are not many people of color in this field, and cutting this funding will not help with this issue. Cutting funding for community composting will be problematic for composting facilities and their partners. Every facility opens people's eyes to how negatively climate change will affect us if we don't take action. As I speak, my teacher and peers are working with Earth Matter staff. My teacher consults community composters to learn and develop a curriculum. We have that privilege, and others should have that privilege. The mayor wants to move us into a green careers-driven city. It seems contradictory to force schools to teach to the future and then for the mayor to cut the funding for the future. Thank you for your time. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. And whose testimony was that again? You said it was a student?
Yes, that was the student who wasn't able to be here as well, Mia Velez.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Our next panel will be Anita Chan, Samantha McBride, Robin Nagel, and Andrea Liskey. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Abreu and committee members. My name is Anita Chan, and I'm a lifelong...
Your mic on?
Oh, I thought it was.
It needs to be red.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Anita, and I'm a lifelong New York City resident, a composter, an Earth Matter New York board member, and a member of 350 NYC Waste Not. I am here today to urge the City Council to restore the funding for community composting for the upcoming fiscal year and beyond. As we are trying to combat the climate crisis and achieve our city's sustainability goals, we need to invest in green jobs. My first green job was when I was 16, and I've worked many more since. 2 weeks ago, Mayor Adams said that he wants to make New York City the leader in green-collar jobs. We must first restore the jobs that were lost last year and secure the ones that will be lost in the upcoming months due to the budget cuts, and then we can go on to creating more jobs for the new graduates, people looking to switch careers, and our youth who are planning to pursue degrees in climate. Earth Matter, Big Reuse, Lower East Side Ecology Center, the 4 Botanical Gardens, and Grow NYC have proven their ability to efficiently utilize a very small budget to create robust compost programming, education, collection, and processing that benefits a large network of organizations, schools, gardens, and individuals year-round. When you participate in community composting, you're able to trace your food scraps to a processing site and know that it's composted and it will nourish our soils. Having staff food scrap drop-off sites, in-person compost education, local processing, and door-to-door outreach are crucial for the success of the brown bins and the orange bins program, and the organic waste diversion as a whole in our city. So community composting should be funded through the city, not by private donations. The city needs to properly fund it and let them lead on the expansion of organic waste diversion. Thank you to all the City Council members who have been showing their support already, and we hope to get everyone else on board to restore the community composting budget. Thank you.
Chair Abreu, members of the committee, former Chair Nurse, it's an honor to address you. I'm Samantha McBride. I'm a professor at Baruch College and formerly worked at Department of Sanitation for over 20 years. I would like to ask you to think about collection costs. Collection costs were why the last curbside organics program was cut. Collection costs were very high because tonnages were low and there were inefficiencies in collection. The same thing is on its way to happening again. I have done a detailed analysis of tonnages collected in the borough of Queens, which is the first borough that has had collection for a year. As mentioned before, the capture rate is 4.3%. Collection costs are going to be sky high at that rate. The other thing I want to point out and implore you to do is to ask tough questions about the tonnages and poundages that sanitation reports to you as being diverted in organics. The 211 million pounds, or 105,000 tons, that was mentioned earlier in this hearing as a record is simply not a record. First of all, it is counting almost 40,000 tons of food donations in that total. It is counting over 26,000 tons of private landscaper tonnages dropped at Freshkills in that total. If you added the same categories of organics in FY18, it would have been 104,000 tons. You need to ask them, and I humbly say this with great admiration for you, you need to ask them tough questions.
Thank you, Chairman Abreu and former Chair Nurse and the Council. I'm Dr. Robin Nagel. I'm a professor of anthropology and environmental studies at New York University. Community compost represents the best grassroots community organizing efforts of New York City and has taught us how important compost is. Amputating community compost tells New Yorkers who have dedicated themselves to the city's environmental well-being through decades of work with compost initiatives that their work doesn't matter. It disrespects the countless hours of labor and faith that have propelled the entire organics conversation into the mainstream. Worse than that, it deepens distrust in government, especially when that government has pledged a commitment to climate-positive sustainability initiatives, but then kills one of the most enduring and successful sustainability initiatives of the last 30 years. Frankly, it mocks Mayor Adams' Getting Sustainability Done goals. It is illogical, and it's destructive. Commissioner Tisch said several times that the cuts to the compost programs were painful, but cutting those programs undercuts the future success of the department's curbside program because it amputates the public education function of the community drop-off initiatives. It also, in the on-again, off-again rhythms of budgetary priority, it communicates an insincere commitment to some of the most effective environmental programs that the city has ever seen. I highly recommend my colleague Samantha McBride's article in the most recent issue of Biocycle, which is a trade magazine all about compost and organics recycling. It's dated March 11th. You can find it online. And what she alluded to in her testimony is outlined in great detail in that rather extraordinary piece of research and writing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Lieske. I have been staff at Matter for the last 10 years. In this time, I've been part of the compost operation team. I have staffed compost drop-off sites. I've been an educator, and currently I'm the Zero Waste Island Manager for Matter on Governor's Island. Today, I want to tell you about the transformative power of seeing, touching, smelling, composting in action. Over the years, I have led hundreds of tours at our site. We very often start at the intake pad where the fresh food scraps, the yard material, and the compostable serviceware come in and are being combined into the compost recipe. We then progress with a tour as the compost process evolves until we end with a finished and sifted compost that smells and feels like soil and is ready to be used on our farm. Over and over, I have seen how people went from hesitation, even disgust, to awe and wonder at the final product. Very often, I feel like a magician turning something disgusting and worthless into something beautiful and valuable. I can see how people transform and how they now can all of a sudden see themselves potentially getting involved in composting. We, as a society, have to see our waste as a resource, and we have to keep showing people the value of it and the importance of handling our waste responsibly. Community composting does exactly that effectively and confidently. In order for the city to have a successful citywide composting system and move ahead with its sustainability goals, it is important that this funding for community composting is being restored. Thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you all. We have one more panelist, Jill Lopez. Is there anyone else whose name has not been called for testimony?
Hi, my name is Gil Lopez. I'm a compost professional, but I'm a community composter first. I'm a big reuse employee, and I serve on the Queens SWAB. I got to start by saying that the Long Island City Industrial Business Zone, where my community garden is located, now has over 1,000 single male residents housed and fed nearby with 0 trash cans. My community has been continually denied 311 requests for litter baskets by DSNY, and we demand service in this area. Okay, so we all read the New York Times headline last December declaring that composting's true believers jilted as New York City compost program grows. This headline implies that some folks are non-believers. As an environmental educator who regularly preaches the gospel of composting, I'm here to testify and to convert any non-believers. I'm sorry to see that the folks in DSNY have already left the room. Times are hard, but have you heard the good news? True believers have, like the jilted school green team students who know that putting carbon in the form of compost back into the soil enlivens the living soil food web, which feeds that circle of life. While composting plays a leading role in that cycle, the supporting staff are all of us true believers. Together, the composting community goes beyond DSNY's mission of solid waste management by also bringing ecological resilience and environmental justice to our city. A few examples include the jilted street tree stewards who maintain that compost supports urban canopy, which cleans the air and improves community health. Jilted environmentalists buoy the fact that compost can alleviate flooding and mitigate combined sewage overflow. Jilted civic leaders know that weekly food scrap drop-offs bring neighbors together during this crisis of loneliness. Jilted teachers know that processing food and composting offers endless hands-on learning opportunities. Jilted residents know that composting cools the planet. There's many more jilted people. There's lots of true believers in New York City. I stand with them in affirming to any non-believers that we actively decrease waste to the landfill, and it is us who paved the way for the brown bin's touted success. And no matter your belief system, we are worth every penny of the modest budget we once received. In fact, we are worth so much more. We know it's not DSNY's job or mission to sequester carbon or promote civic leadership, teach our children, provide green job training, mitigate climate change, all of which the New York City Compost Project actually does or did. And we did all of this while reducing tonnage to landfill for DSNY because we acknowledge and we are living proof that these social, environmental, and economic issues are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they are actively informed by one another. And manufacturing a budget crisis to deny funding to the crucial work is not only foolish and cruel, but it in fact, in the face of this global climate crises, and the fact that New York City declared a climate emergency, this defunding of the New York City Compost Project is unethical and completely indefensible. I'll end it there and submit the rest.
Thank you. Very powerful.
Thank you all. Y'all are great.
Very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to remote testimony on Zoom. We'll begin with Joyce Bialik. Joyce, are you available, please?
Yes, I am.
Nice to see you, Joyce.
My name is Joyce Bialik. I'm a retired social work educator who currently volunteers as a solid waste educator, member of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, and We Act for Environmental Justice. I am testifying on my own behalf. My sanitation focus has been increasing healthy composting and decreasing plastics and their toxic chemicals. First, I'd like to see a restoration and an increase in funds for community composting. This program has a proven track record in conducting outreach and education to New York City residents about the importance of diverting their food scraps from trash and how to do this. If we hope to increase participation in food scrap diversion, Good widespread education is critical. This program also produces excellent quality, healthy compost compared to the industrial scale compost prepared in Staten Island by the Department of Sanitation. Where am I? Prepared by the Department of Sanitation. And this is where plastic comes into play. Department of Sanitation, DSNY, permits residents to throw plastic bags containing food scraps in collection bins. If DSNY does not actively encourage residents to empty their food scraps from the bag, compost produced by DSNY will contain from the plastic such toxic chemicals as PFAS, phthalates, and formaldehyde, as opposed to the healthy compost from community composting. I also propose a new category of funds that would go toward providing incentives for businesses to change their practices.
Expired.
I'm sorry?
Expired, thank you.
To change their practices or upgrade their machines to reduce plastic contamination. This issue arose with last year's Choose to Reuse bill. The intent of the bill is to reduce single-use plastics in food establishments. However, the usual value of ending single-use falls apart when we consider plastic as a container for food and beverages, because the more plastic is used, the more its toxic chemicals are likely to leach onto its contents, in this case, the food we eat and the beverages we drink.
Hey, Joyce. Hey, Joyce, your time is up, but...
can I have a minute more? I want to get to a very important piece of legislation. Can I, no. So we're seeing research of the link between plastic and bad health effects. I ask that you include funds in our budget for incentives so that when the Choose to Reuse bill is reintroduced, the incentives will encourage food establishments to substitute metal, ceramic, or glass for plastics for serving and taking out food. Another use for incentives is for washing machine companies to encourage their building machines that have filters for capturing the millions of plastic microfibers that are emitted from each washing machine cycle. For consideration is an upcoming bill to require such filters in commercial washing machines, and the incentive would reduce opposition from the washing machine industry. Thanks for giving me another minute. Bye.
Thank you, Joyce. We really appreciate what you're doing for Manhattan Swab and what you're doing in the Upper West Side. We're very grateful for you, okay? Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jane Selden, followed by Rashana Shah. Jane, you may unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Chair Abreu and former Chair Nurse for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jane Selden, and I chair a committee on waste reduction at the climate activist group 350 NYC. We at 350 recognize the vital role community composting programs play in educating New Yorkers about the benefits of organic recycling, and we urge the Adams administration to restore funding for these programs without delay. Successful implementation of the mandatory curbside composting law will only happen with widespread participation. Many New Yorkers will need to acquire new habits and behaviors regarding waste disposal and be motivated to do so. This is where community composting programs play an essential role. A flyer or a sign posted above a brown bin is no substitute for a friendly conversation at a farmer's market organics drop-off site. Community composting programs also provide New Yorkers with an opportunity for hands-on experience creating closed-loop food systems and the chance to work alongside neighbors of diverse backgrounds and ages. The social benefits of composting, like civic engagement and community resilience, can't be quantified numerically, but their value on a human level is immense. We also believe the city should prioritize converting organic waste into compost, not biogas, and utilize public parks and local compost processing operations in order to minimize greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. This high-quality compost can be used to nourish the soil of community gardens, street trees, and urban farms. And compost acts like a sponge, retaining up to 6 times its weight in water. Applying compost to the city's green infrastructure, including its over 12,000 rain gardens and its new mini forest on Roosevelt Island, will greatly enhance the effectiveness of these climate resiliency measures.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Okay. One more sentence, just the funding for community composting.
You can finish that thought out. Finish your thought out.
Yeah, just one sentence. The funding for community composting, a minuscule fraction of the city's budget, is money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Roshana Shah, followed by Anna Sachs. Roshana, you may begin.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Rachna Shah. I'm a resident of Forest Hills in Queens, New York City, and I'm the mom of 2 young kids, ages 10 and 7. I'm a zero waste consultant and educator by profession. I'm the co-president of Beyond Plastics Queens and a member of Queens SWAB and the Joint SWAB Legislative Committee. I think I'm going to have to cut some of this for time, but with regards to waste, yes, reorganizing waste is important as a quality of life issue. And even though out of sight might be out of mind, it doesn't mean it's out of our lungs and ways that affect us. This is really personal to me. I have been working in this space for the last 6 years. I decided not to work for 8 years because working in this space would have earned me less money than it would have cost me to have childcare. So I moved to the city because there was a lot of encouragement from our Plan YC, from our 2030 climate goals, and from Mayor Adams saying that we're going to be a leader in green jobs. I had a lot of signals from the city that this would be a smart and good place to contribute my talents. I have since then been very discouraged. And also I should point out, when I lived in Manhattan, since 2012, we composted by taking our food waste to the Grow NYC tables at the Union Square Market. And when we moved to Queens, we took it to the Forest Hills Farmers Market where it was processed by Queens Botanical Garden. And in both places, we had such a great amount of engagement, education. We knew if we were composting the wrong things, what to leave out. And since then, I've had great relationships with those organizations. I'll say in October last year, I applied for a position at Lower East Side Ecology Center to help them manage their master composter program.
Thank you. Time expired.
I'm sorry, I'll just finish up quickly. I bragged about the leadership my city provided wherever I could, but what can I say now? When professionals like me that come with deep experience, education, commitment, and passion to do this work, willing to do it for such a small fraction of what they could be doing other jobs for, because they want to be in something that's part of the solution and not working like I used to for big banks that's accelerating a polluting economy, that's destroying ecosystems and environmental justice communities. I want to work for the solution, and investing in community composting is investing in people, and people are a city's most valuable resource. So I just wanted to finish with this analogy. If a family was facing big cuts at home because maybe one of the income earners lost their job, what would they cut? Would they cut grandma? Grandma is an economic burden to the family with her medical bills. No, that would be unthinkable. Grandma has things that are priceless, which is wisdom, and that's the value of community composting. So I urge you, don't cut grandma, don't cut community composting. Thank you.
Thank you for that analogy and your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next will be Anna Sachs, followed by Lonnie Portis. Anna, you may begin when ready.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Anna Sachs. I'm the legislative chair of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board and member of Save Our Compost Coalition, but I'm testifying as myself today. I want to go back to the rollout of curbside, which we knew from the get-go that it would be a large upfront cost. And we knew, according to the IBO report, that once we got volumes up, it would be able to save the city around $30 million per year, because what is the most expensive part of waste is the collection piece. And once you have the volume up, then you would have on a per pound basis, trash and organics being the same in terms of the labor per pound collected. And then the difference would be the tipping fee. And the tipping fee is cheaper for organics than it is for trash, as it should be. And so we knew there would be this upfront cost, and yet we're cutting back on it at exactly the time we should be investing in it, investing in the education and outreach, investing in getting New Yorkers to participate to get the tonnage up so that we can get that cost saving. It really doesn't make sense. And I feel like we're setting ourselves up for failure. And given the history of New York City's rocky relationship with the organics rollout, I don't know if there will be another chance if this program does not succeed for curbside. So really, community composting is integral to the success of the curbside program, and it is integral to the overall shifting of New York City's waste management from one of trash, where around 89% of our waste goes, something like that, to a more holistic program where hopefully we're able to reduce what we're putting in the trash by 40% if we're separating out the organics. These are local green jobs, and it's really disappointing yet again to be in this cycle when really the city should be expanding community composting in the face of the climate crisis.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Not cutting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Our final panelist will be Lonnie Portis.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Abreu. Thank you so much for hosting this hearing. I'm Lonnie Portis, the New York City Policy and Advocacy Manager at We Act for Environmental Justice. We Act is here to urge the City Council to support and fight for the reinstating of $7 million per year in the funding of community composting operation, as well as the previously promised $4 million for building out additional community composting sites to increase local composting capacity. The mayor claims he wants green jobs. He wants a cleaner city, a healthier city. He wants to invest in the youth, who are the future in our city. He talks about sustainability, combating the climate crisis, and reducing the city's emission. Community composting programs do all of those things and more, and there's no other program in DSNY's budget that positively impacts multiple dimensions of the quality of life of New Yorkers. We need the City Council and this committee to hold Mayor Adams accountable and push back on these short-sighted budget cuts. You cannot accept an adopted budget that does not include funding for community composting. Additionally, curbside organic collection and smart bins cannot be the only aspects of our expanding organic waste diversion infrastructure. New York City is undergoing a cultural shift when it comes to how households and buildings in the city handle organic waste. Community composting operators are vital to increase participation in all composting-related programs because of their value outreach and education efforts. I really appreciate your leadership on this subject and this topic, and looking forward to working with this committee and the council more to reinstate community composting in the budget.
Lonnie, you know we love working with you, and thank you for everything that you're doing at We Act. Appreciate you.
Is there anyone on Zoom who I have inadvertently missed? Okay. Seeing none, I will turn it over to Chair Abreu for closing remarks.
I will be gaveling out. This hearing is hereby adjourned.